You do not always realize the exact moment when your life stops making sense. But if you are somewhere around 40, you probably remember a night that felt different. A night when you were driving home from work or standing in your kitchen, staring at the same dishes, the same bills, the same tired version of yourself. And a quiet question slipped into your mind that you could not push away anymore. You looked at your life and thought, is this what my days are going to feel like for the next 20 or 30 years? Maybe it happened after a long day in an office that once felt like a sign that you had made it, but now feels like a box you are locked inside with bright lights over your head and a calendar full of meetings that do not matter to your soul. Maybe it happened while you were scrolling through social media, watching other people announce new careers, creative projects, relocations and late-life pivots, and you felt something between jealousy and grief because you cannot even remember the last time you were honestly excited about your own future. Or maybe nothing dramatic happened at all. No layoff, no divorce, no public crisis. Just a slow erosion of meaning. Until one day you realized you were living your life on autopilot, like a character in someone else's script. On the outside, you are doing what adults are supposed to do. You show up. You pay the mortgage or the rent. You help your kids with their homework if you have kids. You answer emails. You attend birthdays and holidays, and you smile when people ask how work is going. But on the inside, there is a growing distance between the life you are living and the person you feel you might have been if you had not gotten so busy being responsible. And that gap, that silent space between your outer life and your inner self starts to hurt in ways that are hard to explain. It can feel like you have built a house that technically stands, the roof does not leak, the walls do not collapse, but every time you walk through it, you feel like a guest instead of the owner. You look around and see the choices you made at 22 or 28 choices that were logical, in a certain season of your life choices that maybe even made your parents proud, or looked good on a resume or on a profile. But now at 40 or 50, those same choices feel like clothes that no longer fit your body. You notice the tightness in your chest when you wake up on Monday mornings, the way Sunday afternoons carry a quiet sense of dread, the way your energy drops whenever you think about doing this exact same thing for another decade. At the same time, you also feel the weight of everything you are responsible for, the people who rely on your paycheck, the expectations you have set, the identity you have built around being the reliable one, the provider, the one who always holds it together. So you start to live in between, not fully okay with the life you have, but also deeply afraid of risking the stability you have worked so hard to build. That in-between space is where many people in their late 30s, 40s, and 50s quietly live. And because it is quiet, because it does not always come with dramatic headlines, it can feel like you are the only one going through it. You might even feel guilty for feeling this way. You tell yourself that other people have it worse, that you should be grateful that the problem is your attitude, not your life. You try to fix it by buying things, by numbing out with shows, food work, alcohol, or endless scrolling. You tell yourself that maybe a vacation will fix it, or a promotion, or a new car. And sometimes those things give you a short burst of relief that makes everything feel better for a weekend or a few weeks. But underneath, when the noise quiets down, there is still that stubborn feeling that something about your life no longer matches who you are becoming. After a while, a realization begins to form in the background of your mind. The problem is not that you are broken, and it is not that you are ungrateful. The problem is that you have grown and your life has not yet grown with you. The version of you that chose this career, this schedule, this identity might be 10, 15, or 20 years younger than who you are now. And yet you are still living inside that old blueprint, as if nothing about you has changed. Imagine wearing the same shoes you bought in your early 20s, and being surprised that they hurt your feet now. You would not call yourself ungrateful or broken because the shoes no longer fit. You would simply recognize that your body changed and it is time for a different size. But when it comes to your work and your identity, you may not give yourself that same permission. You expect your 22-year-old choices to fit your 45-year-old soul. And when they do not, you do not blame the old script, you blame yourself. That is why this feeling that life has stopped making sense can be so confusing. It is not just dissatisfaction, it is disorientation. Things that used to motivate you no longer move you. Achievements that once felt like a big deal now feel strangely flat. Conversations you used to enjoy now feel draining. The goals you once chased no longer light you up, but you are not yet sure what new goals would. It is like the map you have been following for years suddenly goes blank in the middle of the journey. You look around and think, I did what I was told, I worked hard, I tried to be responsible. I followed the rules that were supposed to lead to a good life, so why does it not feel good? If this sounds even a little familiar, I want you to know something important. You are not crazy, you are not alone, and you are not too late. What you are experiencing is a very human and very natural part of a certain stage of life. A stage that our culture does not like to talk about honestly, because it does not fit the simple success stories we like to post. There is nothing wrong with you for outgrowing an old version of your life. The discomfort you are feeling is often a sign that something inside you is waking up, not shutting down. In this video, we are going to treat that discomfort not as a verdict on your life, but as a message, a signal that it is time to listen more deeply to yourself and begin the process of starting over, not by burning everything down in one dramatic moment, but by understanding what is really going on inside you, grieving what needs to be grieved, and slowly building a new chapter that actually fits who you are now. This first part is about naming the moment honestly, that night, that season when life stopped making sense. Once you can name it, you can work with it. Once you can say, something about this is no longer right for me, you have already taken the first step towards something new. You do not need all the answers yet. You do not need a perfect plan. You just need to stop pretending that you are completely fine when deep down you know you are not, and allow yourself the quiet bravery of admitting, I am ready for my life to start making sense again, and I am willing to explore what that might look like. There is a reason this season of your life feels so strange, and part of that reason is that no one ever really warned you it would be like this. When you were younger, the story of life that you were given sounded simple and straight. You go to school, you pick a path, you work hard, you build a career, you maybe start a family, you buy a home, you save for retirement, and at some point you get to enjoy the fruits of all that effort. The way people talked about adulthood made it sound like a climb. You struggle in your 20s, you stabilize in your 30s, and by the time you hit 40, you are supposed to be settled, clear, and confident about who you are. The problem is that no one told you that for many people, 40 does not feel like arriving at the top of a mountain. It feels more like walking into a fog. On paper, you may have everything that was promised: a job, a title, a family, a house or a decent place to live, a car that runs, a routine. But somewhere inside you can feel that the story you were handed is not matching the experience you are actually living. This is the quiet crisis of midlife. Quiet because most of the time there is no big dramatic explosion. You still show up to work. You still take care of your responsibilities. You still get through your days. From the outside, you look fine, maybe even successful. But inside, something is off. You feel tired in a way that sleep does not fix. You feel restless in a way that vacations do not solve. You feel disconnected in conversations that used to feel normal. There is a low-level ache, a constant sense that something important is missing, but you cannot quite name it. One of the reasons this crisis is so quiet is that you were never taught to expect it. Your parents and grandparents grew up in a different world, with different economic realities and different expectations. Many of them focused on survival and stability more than meaning and fulfillment. So the idea of questioning everything at 40 might have felt like a luxury they could not afford. They might have told you to be grateful for having a good job, to work hard, to not complain. Schools did not prepare you either. You were given information, but not a roadmap for the emotional and psychological phases of an adult life that now often stretches into your 80s or 90s. No teacher pulled you aside at 17 and said, "By the way, around 40 or 50, you may wake up and feel like the life you built does not fit you anymore, and that does not mean you failed." Culture did not help. Most stories about age in movies and shows are obsessed with youth or with old age. The drama is all about being young and rising, or being old and declining. The long middle, the decades where you are not young anymore but not exactly old, either rarely gets honest airtime. When it does, it is often joked about with phrases like midlife crisis, usually shown as someone buying a sports car or acting foolish. The deep, real inner shift, the questions about purpose, identity, and meaning, are often left out of the picture. So when it happens to you, when you realize you are no longer motivated by the things that used to drive you, you do not recognize it as a normal stage of development. Instead, you think, "Something must be wrong with me." You look at your life and say, "I have so much compared to others. Why can I not just be happy?" The crisis stays quiet partly because you learn to put your energy into maintaining appearances. You keep doing what is expected. You try to be the steady parent, partner, worker, leader, or friend. You tell yourself that what you are going through is just stress, just a rough patch, just a sign that you need to be tougher or more disciplined. You try to outwork the ache. You may throw yourself deeper into your job, hoping that more success or more money will finally give you the feeling you are missing. Or you may escape in the opposite direction, numbing out with entertainment, food, alcohol, endless scrolling, or fantasy about completely running away from your life. Some people fantasize about moving to a different city, starting a simple job somewhere by the ocean, or beginning a new life with no responsibilities. They might not act on these fantasies, but the fact that they show up so strongly is a clue. They are a signal that something inside you is trying to imagine a version of your life that feels freer and more alive. The quiet crisis also shows up in relationships. You may find yourself more irritable, less patient, less willing to tolerate the things you used to let slide. You might feel emotionally distant from your partner, your friends, or your coworkers, not because you do not care, but because you are wrestling with questions you do not know how to talk about. How do you explain to someone that you are grateful for them, and at the same time you feel like you are disappearing inside your own life? How do you say "I love you," but the person I am being in this life we built together does not feel like the full version of me? These are not easy conversations, so most people keep them inside and the crisis stays quiet. Another reason no one prepared you for this is that the world you are living in changed faster than the script you were given. Many of the rules that made sense 30 years ago do not work the same way now. You were told that loyalty to a company would protect you, but you watched layoffs sweep through workplaces and hit people who had given their best years. You were told that getting a degree in a certain field would guarantee stability, but entire industries shifted, moved overseas, or were transformed by technology. You were told to follow a straight path, But the modern economy often rewards people who can adapt, pivot, and reinvent themselves. This gap between the old promises and the current reality can make you feel like you did everything right and still ended up feeling wrong. It is not your imagination. The ground under your feet really has changed. Add to that the fact that you probably did not learn how to check in with your inner life as you went along. You learned how to set goals and chase them, but not necessarily how to pause and ask, does this still fit me? You learned how to perform, how to show up, how to handle tasks and responsibilities, but not always how to notice early signs of misalignment. So the misalignment grows quietly over years until it becomes too loud to ignore. There are common signs of this quiet midlife crisis that you may recognize. You wake up and feel a kind of emotional numbness, like you are going through motions without feeling fully present. You catch yourself saying things like, I should be happy more often than you actually feel happy. You look back at your younger self and feel a mix of nostalgia and sadness, not just because of age, but because you miss the parts of you that were curious, creative, idealistic, or brave parts you feel like you traded away to be practical. You notice envy not only at other people's success, but at their freedom, their willingness to try new things, their permission to change paths. You may even feel a quiet shame about that envy, as if it means you are ungrateful. Here is the truth that almost no one told you. Wanting more alignment in your life does not make you ungrateful. Wanting a life that makes sense to your current self does not erase the hard work or sacrifices you have already made. It simply means you are alive and still growing. Human beings are not meant to stay the same for 40 or 50 years. Your body changes, your brain changes, your priorities change. It would actually be strange if the exact same career environment and identity that fit you at 25 still felt perfect at 48. Midlife is not just a decline. It is a second developmental stage where you are invited to reevaluate your story. Psychologists have found again and again that happiness often dips in midlife and then rises again later, forming a kind of curve over the lifespan. But this pattern is rarely explained to you when you are young, so when you hit that dip, you do not see it as a phase, you see it as a verdict. You assume this is just how life is going to feel from now on, heavy and confusing. No one told you that for many people, this confusing period is the doorway to a deeper, more honest, more meaningful chapter, if they are willing to listen to what it is trying to say. So if you find yourself in this quiet crisis, wondering why no one warned you, part of the answer is that the people around you also went through their own version of it, without language, without support, without a safe space to talk about it. They coped in the ways they knew how. Some settled, some numbed, some secretly reinvented, but did not talk about the messy middle it took to get there. Now you are here in your own middle, and you have a choice they might not have felt they had. You can name what is happening. You can say to yourself, I am in a midlife transition, not a personal failure. You can treat this confusion as information, not as proof that you are broken. This entire video is meant to be the conversation you should have been given years ago, a long, calm, honest exploration of what it means when life stops making sense, and how you can start again in a way that honors both who you have been and who you are becoming. In the next part, we will look more closely at why 40 or the years around it often feel like a breaking point, and why that breaking point might be the beginning of a more truthful, more aligned second act of your life. There is something about the age of 40 or the years around it that makes many people feel like they have hit a wall they did not see coming. It is not just a number on a birthday cake. It is the way time, your body, and the expectations you have lived with for decades suddenly line up in a way that is impossible to ignore. When you were in your 20s, time felt wide and open. You could change jobs, change cities, change relationships, and still feel like you had endless chances to figure it out. Even mistakes felt reversible. If something did not work, you could tell yourself, "I will do better next time, I have plenty of years ahead of me." In your 30s, time started to feel more structured. Maybe you settled into a career path, bought a home, started a family, or took on more serious responsibilities. There was still time, but it came with more weight. You were building something, and that building took energy. You could work long hours, push yourself, hustle. The story you told yourself might have sounded like, "I am paying my dues now, so that later I can relax." Then somewhere around 40, the math of time begins to feel different. You suddenly realize that later is not an abstract idea anymore. It is a finite number of years. You start to notice that you may have fewer working years ahead of you than behind you in your current career. You become aware that your energy is not endless, that how you use your time now will shape not just your next year, but your next decade. You might catch yourself thinking, "If I stay on this path, what will my life look like at 50, at 60? That question can feel like a punch in the stomach if you already feel misaligned where you are. It is not that 40 is old. It is that 40 is a mirror. It reflects back the path you have been on and asks, "Do you want more of this?" At the same time, your body starts sending signals you cannot easily ignore. You may notice changes in your sleep, your weight, your recovery time after stress or illness. You might feel more aches, more fatigue, or more sensitivity to overload. The strategies you used in your 20s, like pulling all-nighters, drinking a lot of caffeine, or running on adrenaline, no longer work the same way. Your body quietly tells you, "You cannot keep doing this forever." For women, hormones may shift in ways that affect mood, energy, and how they experience stress. For men, there can be changes in strength, stamina, and how they respond to feeling powerless or stuck. None of this means you are weak or that you cannot be healthy and strong in your 40s, 50s, or beyond. It simply means your body is asking to be treated with more honesty and respect. This physical reality adds pressure to the sense that your current life has to make sense because there is less room to just grind through misery without consequences. On top of the body and time, you are carrying decades of expectations, both spoken and unspoken. Growing up, you picked up messages about what a successful adult should be like at 40. Maybe you were told that by this age you should have a certain income, a certain home, a certain type of family, a certain level of career achievement. Those expectations might have come from parents, culture, media, or the community you grew up in. Even if no one said it directly, you absorbed it. At 40, you naturally begin to compare your real life with that invisible checklist. If you have checked many of the boxes, but still feel empty, the confusion can be intense. You think, "I did what I was supposed to do, so why do I feel like this?" If you have not checked many of those boxes, you might feel like you have failed, even if the choices you made were brave, creative, or necessary for your survival. In both cases, expectations become heavy. You can feel crushed between who you actually are and who you thought you were supposed to be by now. There is another layer too. By 40, you have lived enough life to have experienced loss, regret, and disappointment. You may have gone through breakups, divorce, health scares, layoffs, financial stress, or the death of people you love. These experiences leave marks. They shape how safe or unsafe the world feels to you. They teach you where you can and cannot trust. They may make you more cautious about change because you know firsthand that things do not always work out. At the same time, staying where you are can feel unbearable. This is part of why 40 feels like a breaking point. You are squeezed between the pain of staying and the fear of changing. It can feel like being stuck in a hallway with no doors. but the truth is that there are doors. They are just not as obvious or as easy as they might have been when you were younger. The stories around you can make this worse. So much of modern culture celebrates early success. We love prodigy stories, people who made millions by 30, who became famous in their 20s, who had perfect bodies and perfect lives in filtered images. When you are 40, 50, or 60, and you measure yourself against those images, you might feel late behind or invisible. You might think new beginnings are for young people. I missed my chance. But this is not reality, it is just a loud and distorted story. In real life, many people do their most meaningful work and experience their most authentic growth after 40. You just do not see it highlighted as often because it does not fit the glamour narrative. Still, the cultural noise can sink into your mind and make the idea of starting over feel foolish or irresponsible. You may think, who am I to start something new at this age? Who am I to change careers, to go back to school, to start a business, to write, to create, to move, to say no? Yet the alternative is staying in a life that feels less and less like your own. Another reason 40 feels like a breaking point is that you no longer have the same distraction of becoming who you are supposed to be. In your 20s and 30s, you were often focused on building up. You were proving yourself, getting in, getting promoted, getting chosen, getting approved. There was a clear goal in front of you, even if that goal was simply survival or stability. Your attention was pulled outward toward achievement. By 40, some of those big first goals have been reached or clearly missed. The question is no longer, can I get there? Instead, it becomes, is there where I even want to be? That is a different kind of question, and it comes from a deeper place. It is a question about meaning, not just success. It is a question about alignment, not just achievement. The old strategies of working harder or chasing the next external milestone do not fully answer it. That is why pushing yourself more without reflection often leads to more emptiness, not more satisfaction. Underneath all of this, there is a quieter but very powerful shift happening. Around midlife, many people begin to realize that they are not just living their own story, they are also carrying the stories of others. The expectations of parents, the cultural narratives about what a good life is, the obligations they took on because they did not want to disappoint anyone. At 40, your soul starts to ask, what is actually mine to carry? And what have I been carrying just because I was trying to be good? This is uncomfortable, especially if you were raised to be responsible, to put others first, to not cause trouble. But it is also the beginning of a deeper, truer adulthood, one where you no longer live only to satisfy scripts written by others. This inner questioning can feel like a breakdown, but it can also be understood as a breakthrough. It is as if life itself is saying, you have built a first act. Now, are you willing to be honest enough to build a second act that truly fits who you are now? So when 40 feels like a breaking point, it is often the place where time, body, and expectations collide. Time reminds you that your years are precious and not to be spent on autopilot. Your body reminds you that you cannot endlessly trade your health for achievement without a cost. Your expectations and the gap between those expectations and reality push you to face what is no longer working. This collision is intense, but it is also clarifying. It forces questions that might otherwise be delayed forever. You may find yourself asking, if I keep living this way, what will my life feel like in 10 years? If nothing changes, will I be okay with that? These questions can be frightening, but they are also invitations. They invite you to step from unconscious living into conscious choice. In this video, we are not going to rush past that breaking point or shame you for feeling it. Instead, we will explore how to understand it, how to respect it, and how to use it as a starting line rather than a dead end. In the next part, we will talk about something you cannot skip if you truly want to start over, and that is grieving the life you thought you would have so you can make space for the life that is actually possible for you now. Before you can truly start over, there is something most people skip, and it is one of the main reasons they stay stuck even when they try to change. That thing is grief. Not just grief for people you have lost, but grief for the version of your life you thought you would be living by now. When you were younger, you carried an inner picture of how it was all supposed to look. Maybe you imagined a certain kind of career, one that felt meaningful and respected. Maybe you pictured a stable, loving relationship, a certain number of kids, a certain type of home, a certain level of financial security. Maybe you assumed your body would feel stronger, your mind would feel clearer, your day-to-day life would feel more in control. You may not have said these expectations out loud, but they lived inside you as a quiet map, an unspoken contract with your future. Now at 40, 50, or somewhere in between, you are forced to face the places where reality and that old picture do not match. Maybe the career you gave decades to has not turned out the way you hoped. You might be underpaid, underused, or exhausted by work that no longer feels like it matters. Maybe a relationship you thought would last forever ended, or changed into something distant and complicated. Maybe you never had the family you imagined having, or you did, but the experience was much harder and more complex than the simple love story you were promised. Maybe your finances are not where you thought they would be. Despite years of effort, you are still stressed behind on savings or trying to recover from setbacks that were not entirely your fault. Or maybe your outer life actually looks close to the picture you once had, but the feeling you imagined is missing. You thought that once you reached certain milestones, you would feel secure, proud, content. Instead, you feel flat, restless, or quietly sad, and that is confusing. In all of these cases, there is loss. Loss of a dream, loss of an identity, loss of a future you were building in your mind for years. The problem is that most people do not recognize this as grief. When we think of grief, we usually think of funerals, obvious endings, dramatic goodbyes. We do not think of the invisible funerals we carry in our own hearts for the lives we did not get to live. Because we do not name it as grief, we do not give ourselves permission to actually feel it. Instead, we judge ourselves. We tell ourselves we should not be upset, that we should be over it by now, that other people have it worse, that we are being dramatic. We distract ourselves. We stay busy. We push harder. We keep trying to make the old picture work, even when it clearly does not fit anymore. Or we swing to the other extreme and burn out, collapse into numbness, or rage at ourselves and everyone around us without understanding why our reactions feel so intense. Imagine spending 20 years climbing a ladder only to realize it is leaning against the wrong wall. There is the practical problem of needing to find a different ladder or a different wall. But there is also a deeper pain. You have lost time, energy, and parts of yourself on that climb. You may feel betrayed by the people who said that wall was the right one. You may feel angry at yourself for not seeing it sooner. You may feel scared that you cannot start again. All of that is grief, and it deserves to be honored. Grieving the life you thought you would have is not self-pity. It is not weakness. It is emotional honesty. It is looking directly at the gap between what was promised, what you expected, and what is actually here, and allowing yourself to feel all the feelings that come with that gap. Sadness for lost years. Anger at broken systems or broken expectations. Regret for choices you wish you had made differently. Fear about what comes next. Even envy toward those who seem to have gotten what you wanted. These feelings do not make you a bad person. They make you a human being waking up to reality. One of the reasons it is so hard to grieve in midlife is that you carry responsibilities. You cannot just fall apart for weeks while someone else takes care of everything. You might have kids, aging parents, work debts, or people depending on your stability. So you learn to function while hurting. You put on a steady face while your inner world is full of storms. This is understandable, but over time, unprocessed grief does not simply disappear. It leaks out in other ways. It can show up as irritability, cynicism, bitterness, or constant dissatisfaction. It can show up as overwork, trying to outrun the feeling that something is broken. It can show up as emotional shutdown, where nothing seems to matter anymore. It can even show up in the body in tension, fatigue, or stress-related symptoms that do not have a clear cause. Grief that is not faced will keep asking for your attention. That is why, if you truly want to start over, you cannot skip this part. You have to allow yourself to say, "That life I thought I would have, that version of my story, did not happen the way I hoped, and that hurts." This is not about blaming yourself or others forever. It is about telling the truth. Maybe you feel grief for a career path that never opened for you, or one you did not have the courage or support to pursue. Maybe you feel grief for a marriage that ended, or a love that never fully became what you believed it could be. Maybe you feel grief for a body that has changed, for health you once took for granted, for energy you used to have. Maybe you feel grief for a version of yourself that was more idealistic, creative, or brave, the self you feel you abandoned to be practical. You might be tempted to say, "There is no point in thinking about this, I cannot change the past." But grieving is not about changing the past. It is about allowing your heart to catch up with what has already happened, so that you are not secretly living in denial. When you skip grief, part of you stays stuck in a fantasy timeline, still arguing with how things turned out. You keep hoping the old dream will somehow resurrect itself if you just work harder, or you keep punishing yourself for not living up to it. When you grieve, you begin to accept that reality is what it is, and that acceptance, painful as it is, creates emotional space for something new. Think of grief as cleaning out a room in your house that is full of old furniture. As long as the room is crowded with what used to belong there, you cannot comfortably move new things in. You trip over the past every time you try. Grieving is the process of sorting through that room. You look at each piece and say, "This mattered to me once. This was important. This is broken. This no longer fits." You allow yourself to feel whatever rises up as you let go. You may keep some things in a new way. You may honor old dreams by carrying parts of them into a different chapter. But some you will need to release, not because they were worthless, but because they belong to a version of you that no longer exists. This can feel like a kind of death, and in a way it is. An identity is dying. The identity of the person who thought life would go a certain way, who believed certain things about how the story would unfold. That identity got you this far. It did its best with the tools and beliefs it had. You do not need to hate that older self. You can thank them for surviving, for trying, for building what they could. And then gently, you can begin to let that version of you rest, so that a new identity has room to emerge. One practical way to begin grieving is to name in simple language the sentences that live in your heart. Sentences like, "I thought by now I would have found work that felt meaningful. I thought my marriage would feel different than it does. I thought I would not be this tired. I thought I would feel more free." Writing these sentences down, or even speaking them out loud to yourself in a private moment, can be powerful. They turn vague ache into clear truth. Another step is to allow yourself to feel without immediately judging the feeling. If sadness comes up, you let it come without telling yourself you are weak for feeling it. If anger comes up, you notice it without telling yourself you are a terrible person. You might cry. You might feel tightness in your chest. You might feel a wave of regret. That is all part of the process. You do not need to stay there forever, but you do need to go there at least enough that your body and heart know you are listening. You might also notice that some grief is connected to unrealistic expectations that were never fully yours. Maybe you were carrying a dream that actually belonged to your parents, or to a cultural ideal, not to your true self. Grieving in that case includes releasing the pressure to fulfill a story that was never truly aligned with who you are. That release can feel scary because if you let go of that borrowed dream, you are left with a blank space. But that blank space is also where your own more authentic desires can start to surface. It is important to say that grieving does not mean you give up on joy, success, or love. It does not mean you stop trying. It means you stop pretending that the old map still fits, and you honor the cost of following it for so long. In that honesty, a new kind of strength is born, one that is not based on denial or on forcing yourself to live up to an image, but on accepting what has been and choosing from here what you want to create next. Starting over is not just about building new things. It is about making peace with what you are leaving behind. Without that peace, even if you change jobs, cities, or relationships, you may carry the same old unresolved grief into your new life. With that peace, you can move forward lighter, clearer, and more grounded. In this journey of starting over when life has stopped making sense, grieving the life you thought you would have is not a side topic. It is a foundation. In the next part, we will begin to look at the scripts you inherited about success work and happiness, and how those scripts may have shaped the life you built and the expectations you are now grieving. By understanding those scripts, you will be better able to decide which ones you want to keep and which ones you are finally ready to rewrite. Long before you turned 40, long before you felt that something in your life did not make sense anymore, you were already carrying a set of invisible scripts about what success work and happiness are supposed to look like. These scripts did not show up as formal lessons. No one sat you down in a classroom and handed you a booklet titled "How Your Life Must Go." Instead, they arrived through 1,000 small messages. The way adults around you talked about money, the way they reacted to failure, the way they praised certain careers and looked down on others. The shows you watched, the ads you saw, the stories that were celebrated in your family or your culture. Over time, without even realizing it, you absorbed these patterns, and they began to live inside you as rules. Rules like a real adult has a stable, full-time job. Success means climbing higher and higher. Quitting is for losers. You are supposed to know what you want to be and stick with it. The more you earn, the more valuable you are. Work comes first, feelings come later. Do not take risks once you have a family. Be practical. Do not disappoint your parents. A respectable life looks a certain way. Maybe in your house growing up, people who took chances or followed creative paths were described as irresponsible or unrealistic. Maybe there was a strong belief that certain professions meant you had made it, while others were considered a backup or a failure. You might have heard sentences like, "You cannot make a living doing that," or "That is nice as a hobby, but it is not a real job." Even if no one said those words directly to you, you might have seen how different choices were treated. The cousin who became a doctor or a lawyer was praised at every holiday dinner. The relative who bounced between jobs or started a small business that struggled was talked about with worry or judgment. You learned very quickly which paths were safe to brag about and which were not. At the same time, Western culture, and especially American culture, sent its own scripts through media. You saw images of the good life. A nice house, a couple with good teeth and calm smiles, kids who are well behaved, a car in the driveway, a career that looks impressive on paper. The message was simple. If you work hard enough, if you are responsible and productive, this is what you get. Success was not just about money, it was about status, about being able to say, I did it. I followed the rules and it paid off. Underneath that, there was another script. It said that your worth as a person is deeply tied to what you do and how much you produce. That your job title is almost the same as your identity. When you meet someone new, one of the first questions is often, so what do you do? Not what do you care about or what kind of person are you, but what do you do, as if that sums you up. If you grew up in a family that struggled financially, the script might have been even stricter. You may have felt a heavy pressure to choose the safest possible path, to never risk going backwards, to make sure you do not repeat the hardship you saw. In that world, dreams are sometimes treated as threats and stability is sacred. On the other hand, if you grew up with more resources, the script might have focused more on prestige and achievement. It was not enough to simply have a job. The job needed to be impressive to prove that you were living up to your potential. In both cases, you can end up living a life where work is not just something you do, it is a test you must pass to be considered good enough. Alongside the work scripts, you absorbed beliefs about happiness. Maybe you were taught directly or indirectly that happiness comes later after you have checked off certain boxes. Be miserable now so you can enjoy later. Put your head down, grind through, and someday you will be rewarded. It is like being promised a future coupon for joy that you can redeem if you suffer enough. Happiness becomes something you postpone, not something you pay attention to along the way. Or maybe you were taught that happiness is selfish, that wanting to feel fulfilled is a sign you are ungrateful. Perhaps you heard adults say things like, "That is just life," or "Nobody is really happy with their job, you just do it." So when you hit midlife and realize you are deeply unhappy, part of you might immediately judge that feeling. You say to yourself, "Stop being dramatic, everyone feels this way." It does not even cross your mind that your unhappiness could be useful information, a sign that something needs to change. If your family or culture valued endurance and toughness, you might also carry a script that says you are supposed to tolerate discomfort without complaining. That script can be helpful in real emergencies, but in an everyday life that is consistently misaligned, it can trap you in situations that slowly drain your spirit. You stay in jobs, in patterns, in environments that are quietly harming you because you equate leaving with weakness. There are also gendered scripts. Many men were given messages like, "Your job is to provide. Your career is your main value. Do not show vulnerability. Do not admit that you are lost. Work harder. Bring home more." For these men, questioning their career at 40 can feel like questioning their right to exist. It is not just, "I do not like my job." It becomes, "If I am not this, who am I?" Many women were given a different but equally heavy set of scripts. Be accomplished, but not too ambitious. Be caring and available to everyone, even at the cost of your own needs. Be responsible for the emotional well-being of the family. If you aspire to something big, be ready to feel guilty about it. When these women hit midlife and feel called to reinvent their lives, they are often carrying not just their own expectations, but the fear of being seen as selfish or unnatural for wanting more than the roles they were assigned. Add on top of that the modern script of constant comparison. Social media shows you carefully selected moments from other people's lives. The big promotions, the new businesses, the perfectly decorated homes, the vacations, the smiling families. You rarely see the cost, the trade-offs, the conflicts, the grief. Your nervous system is absorbing a steady stream of messages that say, "This is what winning looks like." If your life does not look like that, you may feel behind even if your choices have been wise, grounded, and compassionate. Over time, all of these scripts blend together into a single inner voice. That voice tells you what is allowed and what is not. It tells you whether your desires are reasonable or ridiculous. It tells you whose approval matters and what you have to do to earn it. For decades, you may have followed that voice without questioning where it came from. You made career choices based on what seemed respectable, not necessarily what felt alive. You said yes to roles and opportunities that fit the script, even if they did not fit your soul. You told yourself, "Once I reach this level, then I will feel better. Once I pay off this debt, once the kids are older, once I have saved enough, once I retire." The script always placed real freedom slightly ahead in time, just out of reach. Then midlife arrives, and something strange happens. The script stops working. You realize that you have followed many of its rules, and yet the reward it promised is not fully there. You may have stability, but no sense of purpose. You may have a good income, but no energy. You may have checked all the boxes, but still feel like a stranger to yourself. At this moment, it is very tempting to double down on the script, to believe that the problem is that you did not follow it hard enough. So you try to push more to fix your feelings by achieving additional milestones. But if the script itself is misaligned with who you are, no amount of obedience will make it suddenly produce joy. The deeper work is to step back and ask, whose script am I living? Where did these rules come from? Do I actually believe that success has to look this way? Do I actually believe that changing course at 40 or 50 makes me a failure? Do I actually believe that my worth is defined only by my job, my salary, or my status? These questions are not comfortable, but they are powerful because they begin to separate your own inner truth from the inherited beliefs you have been carrying. You may discover that some parts of the script are still true for you. Maybe you really do value responsibility, hard work, and providing for others. Those are not bad values. The goal is not to throw everything away. The goal is to consciously choose which values you want to keep and how you want to express them in this next chapter. You might realize that you can be responsible and still change careers, that you can provide and also shift to work that suits your health and mind better, that you can care for others without sacrificing every part of yourself. You may also realize that some parts of the script are not yours at all. They belonged to a parent who was afraid, to a culture that worships productivity more than humanity, to a generation that did not have the same options you have now. Letting go of those parts is not betrayal. It is an act of aligning your life with reality and with your authentic self. In midlife, rewriting your scripts about success, work, and happiness is one of the core tasks of starting over. It means you no longer accept untested rules as absolute truth. You begin to measure success not only by what you can show others, but by how your life actually feels on the inside. You start to ask, does this path make me more alive, more honest, more present? Not, does this impress people who are not living my life? This shift is subtle but profound. It is the difference between living as a character in a story someone else wrote for you and living as the author of your own second act. In the next part, we will go deeper into how these scripts have shaped your identity and how questioning them can feel like an earthquake inside your sense of self, especially when it comes to who you think you are in relation to your work. By the time you reach midlife, your job is not just your job anymore. It has quietly become one of the main ways you answer the question, who am I? For years, maybe decades, you have introduced yourself with your role. I am a teacher. I am an engineer. I am a nurse. I am a manager. I am an accountant. I am a business owner. Those words, are more than a description of what you do between 9 and 5. They have turned into a kind of identity uniform that you wear in your mind. When that uniform starts to feel wrong, or when you feel called to change it, the ground under your sense of self can start to shake. This is why midlife reinvention often feels so terrifying. It is not just about switching careers or learning a new skill. It is about facing an identity earthquake, a deep inner shift where the old answer to the question, "Who am I?" no longer feels true, and the new answer has not fully formed yet. From a young age, you were encouraged to attach your value to your role. Adults asked, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" as if you would eventually pick one label, and that label would be you. Later in life, people ask, "What do you do?" And the more impressive your answer sounds, the more respect you tend to receive. This is not entirely wrong. Work can be meaningful. It can be a real expression of your gifts and values. But when your entire sense of worth becomes fused with your job, any change to that job feels like a threat to your existence. If you left your current role, or if it was taken from you, who would you be? For many people in midlife, the first cracks in identity show up as simple thoughts. I cannot believe I am still doing this. This does not feel like me. I have outgrown this. I do not want to be known as this anymore. At first, you might try to ignore these thoughts. You tell yourself you are being ungrateful or unrealistic. You remind yourself of the benefits, the security, the status. But the feeling does not go away. It grows louder. The disconnection between who you feel you are on the inside and how you are seen on the outside widens into a gap that you cannot easily bridge. Inside that gap lives shame and fear. Shame because you may judge yourself for not loving the life you worked so hard to build. Fear because you cannot clearly picture who you would be if you let go of the old label. There is a deep fear of becoming nobody, of losing shape in the eyes of others and in your own. If you were raised in a culture where work and identity are tightly linked, this fear is intense. Losing a job or stepping away from a role is not just a financial problem. It feels like a social death. You might notice this when you imagine telling people that you changed paths, took a pay cut, or went back to being a beginner in a new field. A voice inside might say, "They will think I failed. They will not take me seriously. I will go from being someone to being no one." That voice is not the truth, but it is powerful, and it can keep you trapped in a life that no longer fits. The identity earthquake is not only about external labels. It is also about the internal story you tell yourself about your place in the world. Maybe your identity has been built around being the strong one, the fixer, the provider, the achiever, the loyal employee, the always available parent, the dependable friend. These roles have shaped how you make decisions. You may have said yes to countless things you did not want to do because saying no would have threatened that identity. You might have avoided risks that could lead to a more aligned life because they did not match the person you believed you were allowed to be. For example, if you see yourself as the reliable provider, you might assume that any move toward a more fulfilling but less predictable career is irresponsible. If you see yourself as the overachiever, you might resist starting something new because you would have to be inexperienced and imperfect again, which clashes with your idea of always being competent. If you see yourself as the caretaker, you might feel guilty spending time and energy on your own reinvention because it seems like you are taking something away from others. When the identity you have built over decades starts to crack, it is normal to feel like you are falling apart. You might say things like, "I do not even know who I am anymore." That sentence sounds like a crisis, but it can also be seen as a doorway. Knowing who you are beyond what you do is one of the central tasks of midlife. It is not easy and it is not comfortable, but it is profoundly important. One of the first steps in navigating this identity earthquake is to notice how you talk about yourself. Listen for sentences that begin with I am. I am a manager. I am not creative. I am bad with change. I am the one who keeps everything together. Each of these statements is like a small building block in the structure of your identity. Some of them are helpful and true. Many of them, however, are just stories you learned to repeat, stories that might have been accurate in one season of your life but are not the full truth anymore. It can be powerful to gently challenge these statements. Instead of saying, I am my job, you begin to say, I do this job right now, but my value is not limited to this role. Instead of saying, I am not creative, you might say, I have not had a chance to explore my creativity yet. Instead of saying, I am the one who always sacrifices, you can notice I have often chosen to sacrifice, but I am allowed to make different choices now. This kind of language shift might sound small, but it loosens the grip of a fixed identity. It makes room for movement. You are not a statue permanently stuck in one pose. You are a human being capable of growth. Another layer of the identity earthquake shows up when you consider changing your work, and you suddenly realize how many parts of your life are attached to that work. Your daily routines, your social circle, your financial structure, your sense of status. The thought of pulling on that one thread and watching the whole fabric shift can be overwhelming. This is why so many people stay in roles that feel wrong. It is not laziness. It is the fear of total collapse. The good news is that reinvention does not have to mean blowing up your entire life overnight. The identity earthquake does not have to become a physical earthquake where everything falls. Instead, you can think of it as a deep internal tremor that is asking you to rebuild your foundation piece by piece in a more honest way. That rebuilding starts with separating your worth from your role. You begin to ask, who am I when I am not working? Who am I when I am not being useful to someone else? What qualities do I have that are present no matter what job I do? Maybe you notice that you are thoughtful, curious, persistent, empathetic, analytical, creative, patient, or brave. These qualities are parts of your true identity. They can travel with you into any career, any environment. When you focus on these deeper traits, it becomes easier to imagine changing the outer container of your life without feeling like you are erasing yourself. You are not starting from zero. You are bringing a whole lifetime of experience into a new chapter. You are allowing the core of who you are to express itself in a new way. It is also important to understand that identity is relational. The people around you often reflect back to you who you are based on how they have known you. If they have always known you as the driven corporate worker, they may react with confusion if you say you want to become a therapist, a coach, a writer, a freelancer, or a small business owner. Not because these paths are wrong, but because it challenges their fixed picture of you. They may say things like, that is not you, or are you sure, or why would you give up what you have? Their reactions can trigger your own doubts. Their discomfort can make you question your new direction. This is another part of the identity earthquake. When you change, the dynamic around you shifts. Some people will adjust and grow with you. Others will struggle. You cannot control their process, but you can choose how much power you give their fears over your decisions. In the middle of this, there is often a temporary phase where you feel like you are standing between identities. You are no longer fully committed to the old one, but you have not yet stepped into the new one. This in-between place can feel like a void. You might not know how to talk about yourself at parties or in emails. You might feel embarrassed that your story is no longer a simple straight line. It can be tempting to rush through this phase to grab onto a new label, just to feel solid again. But there is value in staying with the uncertainty a little longer. In that uncertainty, you have the chance to listen more deeply than you ever have before. You can ask, if I were not trying to impress anyone, what kind of life would feel honest to me? If I did not have to defend my choices to people from my past, what would I choose? These questions help you build an identity from the inside out instead of from the outside in. You begin to see that you are not just a job title, not just a resume, not just a list of responsibilities. You are a person with values, stories, wounds, and gifts that can be expressed in many different forms. The identity earthquake is uncomfortable, but it is also an opening. It is the shaking that breaks up old, hardened assumptions about who you are allowed to be. It creates cracks where light can get in, where new possibilities can be seen. Many people who go through this process and come out the other side say that they feel more themselves at 50 than they ever did at 20 or 30. Not because they have more status, but because they have let go of roles that were never truly theirs. They have built a life that fits from the inside. As you move through your own identity shift, it can help to remember that you are allowed to change. You are allowed to be more than one thing in your lifetime. You are allowed to evolve past the expectations that were set for you. You are allowed to choose a second act that makes your life make sense again, even if it confuses people who preferred the old version of you. In the next part, we will look at what psychology actually says about this stage of life, and how understanding the natural patterns of the midlife mind can give you both relief and direction as you navigate your own process of starting over. By the time you reach midlife, it can feel like your mind is turning against you. You may notice more worry, more second-guessing, more memories of the past, and more questions about the future. It is easy to assume that this means you are falling apart, or that you are uniquely broken. But when psychologists have studied this stage of life, they have found something important and in many ways comforting. The thoughts and feelings you are having are not random. They follow patterns that many people experience between their late 30s and their 50s, regardless of where they live or what career they chose. Understanding those patterns can take some of the shame and confusion away and help you see that what feels like a personal meltdown is often a natural mental transition. One of the most well-known findings in psychology and economics is something called the happiness curve. When researchers have surveyed people across different countries and ages, asking them how satisfied they are with their lives, they often find a similar shape. Happiness tends to be relatively high in youth dips in midlife, and then rises again in older age. The lowest point for many people sits somewhere between the late 30s and the early 50s. This does not mean everybody is miserable in midlife or that your life is guaranteed to follow a simple curve, but it does mean that a certain drop in life satisfaction around this time is common. If you have been feeling more discouraged or stuck, you are not alone and you are not failing. You are moving through a phase that human beings have been moving through for a long time, even if they did not have a name for it. Why does this dip happen? One reason is expectation adjustment. In early adulthood, your mind is full of potential. You are looking forward, imagining all the things that could happen. You might believe that with enough effort, you can shape your life into almost anything. As the years pass, reality gives you feedback. Some doors open, some close, some never existed the way you thought they did. You discover limitations, both internal and external. By midlife, your brain is carrying a heavy file of experiences, including disappointments and compromises. Without you consciously deciding it, your mind is constantly comparing the life you imagined with the life you actually have. The gap between these two can generate a quiet hum of dissatisfaction. It is not that your life is terrible. It may even be quite good in many ways. It is that your mental picture of how things would feel has to be updated, and your brain is not always gentle about that process. Another reason midlife feels mentally intense is that your brain has matured to a point where it naturally wants to make sense of your story as a whole, not just day by day. In your 20s, it was enough to ask, what am I doing next? In your 40s, the question shifts to, what does all of this mean? You start to look back and knit the pieces of your life together. You think about your childhood, your early choices, your relationships, your career, moves, your failures, and your wins. Your mind searches for patterns and themes. This reflective capacity is a sign of growth, but it can also stir up regret. You may see forks in the road where you wish you had chosen differently. You may remember versions of yourself that you abandoned or betrayed. You may see ways you hurt others or ways others hurt you. All of this can flood your mind at once. It is common in this stage to replay past events and imagine alternate timelines. What if I had stayed? What if I had left sooner? What if I had believed in myself then? These thoughts can become heavy if you interpret them as proof that you ruined your life. But from a psychological perspective, the brain is often using these mental simulations to help you adjust your values and choices going forward. It is trying to update the way you navigate the world using the data of your own history. The key is to engage with this reflection in a way that leads to learning, not endless self-punishment. The midlife mind is also dealing with a different mix of stressors. In early adulthood, much of your focus is on building up. In midlife, you may find yourself in a squeeze from both directions. You might be supporting children and aging parents at the same time managing work responsibilities, while also facing more complex health concerns, relationship dynamics, and financial decisions. This means your brain is constantly switching between roles, worrying about multiple people and timelines at once. It is no wonder you feel more mentally tired. Your nervous system is carrying a heavier load than it did in the past. You might interpret this mental fatigue as a sign that you are weak, when in fact you are simply overloaded. Another important piece of psychology in midlife involves the shift from what some researchers call a focus on growth to a focus on preservation. When you are young, your brain is wired to explore, to seek novelty, to push outward. As you age, there is a natural tendency to become more protective of what you have. This is not only about money or possessions, but also about identity and relationships. You may become more cautious, more risk-averse, more sensitive to potential losses. In a dangerous world, this can be a wise adaptation. But in a world where reinvention is sometimes needed, this preservation focus can become a trap. It can cause your mind to overestimate the dangers of change and underestimate the cost of staying stuck. Understanding that your brain is slightly tilted toward caution in midlife can help you question some of your fears. Are you truly in danger, or is your brain simply amplifying risk because it is wired to protect what you have already built? The midlife mind also becomes more aware of mortality. You start to see your parents age. You might lose loved ones. You see your own body change. You realize that time is not an endless resource. This awareness can surface as anxiety, but it can also be a powerful motivator. When you are younger, it is easy to delay the question of whether your life is meaningful. There is always later. In midlife, later starts to look less theoretical. Psychologically, this confrontation with finiteness pushes many people to ask deeper questions about purpose. What do I want my remaining years to stand for? What kind of person do I want to become? How do I want to spend the days I have left? These are not comfortable questions, but they are sacred ones. They are the kind of questions that, if you listen carefully, can guide you toward a more authentic second act. There is another side to the midlife mind that is often overlooked, and it is hopeful. Research on adult development suggests that many people grow in wisdom, emotional regulation, and perspective as they age. You may notice that while some of your anxieties increase, your capacity to see the bigger picture can also increase. Things that would have shattered you at 20 might still hurt, but they do not define you in the same way. You have more tools, more context, more proof that you can survive hard things. If you use this wisely, midlife can be a time where you balance urgency with patience, where you feel pushed to change but also grounded enough to do it thoughtfully. Psychologists also talk about the concept of generativity in midlife. This is the drive to contribute to something larger than yourself, to give back, to create, to mentor, to build things that last beyond your own timeline. If you have been feeling restless in a role that only provides a paycheck, but does not allow you to contribute in a meaningful way, this drive might be activating inside you. It is not a sign that you are spoiled or ungrateful. It is part of a natural developmental need to invest your energy in work and relationships that matter. At the same time, your brain is dealing with the reality that change requires effort. Learning new skills, entering new fields, or shifting your identity takes mental energy. It is common to feel a kind of mental friction when you imagine these moves. Your brain may say, "It is too late, it is too hard, I am too tired." But again, these thoughts are not always accurate. They are often protective stories designed to keep you in known territory. The midlife mind tends to overestimate how exhausting it will be to change, and underestimate how exhausting it is to stay misaligned. When you think about starting over, your brain imagines all the steps at once and gets overwhelmed. One way to work with this is to break things into small, concrete actions. The moment you move from abstract dread to specific next steps, your nervous system can begin to calm down. Understanding the psychology of midlife also means recognizing the role of self-talk. By 40 or 50, you have had decades to practice how you speak to yourself internally. If that self-talk has been harsh, critical, or dismissive, it will likely intensify in periods of transition. You may hear thoughts like, "You wasted your life, you are too old." "Nobody will take you seriously. You always mess things up." These are not objective facts. They are internalized voices from earlier experiences and cultural messages. The midlife mind, when left unchecked, can weaponize these voices and turn them into barriers against change. But the same brain that learned these patterns can also learn new ones. You can begin to speak to yourself in a way that is honest, but kind, realistic, but hopeful. For example, instead of saying, "I wasted my life," you might say, "I made the best choices I could with the information and support I had, and now I am learning to choose differently." Instead of saying, "I am too old," you can say, "I am older, but I also have more experience and clarity, which can help me move smarter, not just faster." These shifts matter not because positive talk magically fixes everything, but because they create a mental environment where change is possible. When you understand that the confusion, dissatisfaction, and anxiety you feel are part of a broader psychological pattern, you can stop adding extra layers of self-judgment on top of them. You can say, "My mind is going through a midlife update. It is re-evaluating my story, my values, and my direction. Of course, it feels intense. That does not mean I am broken. It means I am in transition." From this perspective, you can begin to cooperate with the process rather than fight it. You can use reflection to learn not to torture yourself. You can use your awareness of time not to panic, but to prioritize what truly matters. You can use your urge for meaning and contribution as guidance for your next steps. In the next part, we will look at the hidden cost of staying stuck, not just in your outer life, but in your inner world, and how understanding that cost can give you the courage to move from mental awareness into real action toward a life that makes sense again. When you reach the point where life no longer makes sense, change can feel terrifying. But what many people underestimate is the quiet damage caused by staying exactly where they are. On the surface, staying stuck can look like the safe choice. You keep the job you know even if it drains you. You keep the routines you know even if they make you feel numb. You tell yourself that stability is more important than fulfillment, that as long as the bills are paid and nothing is on fire, you can tolerate your own dissatisfaction. But underneath that surface, a slow erosion is happening, and over time, the hidden cost of staying stuck can be far greater than the risk of starting over. The first and most obvious cost is to your energy. When you spend day after day doing work that no longer feels aligned with who you are, your body and mind have to use extra effort just to get through the basics. You drag yourself out of bed. You drag yourself through meetings. You drag yourself through tasks that feel meaningless. You might not even realize how much energy this takes because you have been doing it for years. But if you compare how you feel after a day that excites you and a day that depletes you, the difference is clear. Misalignment is exhausting. It is like carrying a heavy backpack everywhere you go. You can keep walking, but every step takes more out of you than it should. Over time, this chronic misalignment can contribute to burnout. Not just the kind where you feel tired, but the kind where you feel emotionally empty, detached, and cynical, as if nothing matters and nothing will ever change. There is also a cost to your self-respect. When you know deep down that something is wrong in your life, that you are staying in a situation that harms your spirit, and you repeatedly tell yourself that you are not allowed to do anything about it, a small fracture opens in your relationship with yourself. Each time you ignore your own truth, each time you silence the voice that says, "I want more than this," you send yourself a subtle message that your inner experience does not matter, that your job is only to endure, not to choose. Over months and years, this can turn into a kind of self-betrayal. You may start to feel that you cannot trust yourself, not because you are unreliable, but because you have gotten used to abandoning your own needs. This loss of self-trust makes it even harder to make decisions, because you no longer believe that you will stand by yourself if things get hard. The cost also shows up in your mood and your relationships. When you stay stuck, the frustration you feel toward your life rarely stays neatly contained inside your own mind. It spills out sideways. You might find yourself snapping at people you care about over small things, feeling irritated by your partner or your kids or your coworkers, not because they are doing something terribly wrong, but because you are carrying so much unspoken resentment toward your own situation. You may withdraw emotionally, going through the motions on the outside, while feeling increasingly distant on the inside. Over time, the people around you can sense this distance. They may feel confused, hurt, or rejected. They might assume they are the problem, when in reality the core issue is that you feel trapped in your own life and have no safe place to talk about it. Stagnation in one area of your life can begin to color everything else, turning the world gray, even in moments that could be beautiful. There is a financial cost, too, though it is not always obvious. Staying stuck can feel like the safest financial move, especially if you have been in a role for a long time, but there is also an opportunity cost. When you remain in a job that limits your growth, your skills may stagnate. You might miss chances to develop abilities that could be more valuable in the future. You may stay underpaid or undervalued because you are afraid to test your worth in a new environment. You may also cope with your dissatisfaction by spending money in ways that offer temporary relief, but do not support your long-term well-being, such as impulse purchases, distractions, or numbing habits. None of this means you should quit carelessly without a plan, but it does mean that simply assuming your current path is the safest. Financially might be an illusion. In a changing world, clinging to a role that is slowly wearing you down can be just as risky as exploring something new. Another hidden cost of staying stuck is the shrinking of your sense of possibility. When you repeatedly tell yourself that change is not an option, your imagination begins to shut down. You stop dreaming not just about careers, but about life itself. You may stop asking questions like, what would I love to learn? Where would I love to live? Who would I love to become? Instead, your inner dialogue becomes focused on survival. How do I get through this week? How do I make it to the weekend? How do I avoid falling apart? This narrow focus might help in the short term, but in the long run, it starves your soul. Human beings do not live well without some sense of growth, some feeling that the future can be different from the past. When that sense of growth is taken away, depression can creep in. You begin to believe that your story is already written, and that all that is left is to endure the chapters you did not consciously choose. Staying stuck also sends a powerful message to the people who are watching you, especially if you have children or younger people in your life. They may not listen to everything you say, but they are always observing how you live. If they see you tolerate a life that clearly hurts you, if they hear you complain about your job for years without making any moves toward change, they may absorb the belief that adulthood is simply about suffering quietly. They might learn to lower their own expectations for joy and meaning. On the other hand, if they see you face your fears, make thoughtful adjustments, and pursue a more honest life, even in small ways, they learn that it is possible to respect your responsibilities and still honor your own truth. In that sense, your decision to stay stuck or to move is not only about you, it helps shape the emotional blueprint for the next generation. There is also a cost to your health. Chronic stress from living out of alignment can wear on your body over time. You might experience headaches, muscle tension, sleep problems, digestive issues, or other stress-related symptoms. Your immune system can become more vulnerable. You might find yourself using habits like overeating, drinking, or constant screen time to escape your feelings, which can create their own health challenges. The body keeps score even when the mind tries to pretend that everything is fine. While not every health issue is caused by emotional factors, ignoring the strain of a misaligned life does not make that strain disappear. It accumulates. Another subtle but profound cost of staying stuck is the loss of time that could have been spent becoming more fully yourself. Every year spent in a life that does not fit is not just a year of discomfort. It is a year not invested in building something that could nourish you and others. This does not mean you should hate yourself for lost time. You made the choices you could with the resources and awareness you had. But it does mean that continuing to delay change once you know something is wrong carries a heavier and heavier price. At some point, the question shifts from, can I afford to change, to, can I afford to stay the same? Many people believe that as long as they are not making an active decision, they are neutral, but in reality, not choosing is also a choice. Choosing to stay is still a choice, and it has consequences. The hidden cost is that your future self will one day look back at this moment and know that you had some awareness and some power, even if limited, and had to decide how to use it. That future self will not judge you for being afraid. They will understand that fear is natural, but they may feel deep sadness if they see that fear was the only voice you listened to. It is important to say that acknowledging the cost of staying stuck is not meant to shame you. Shame will not help you move. The point is clarity. As long as your mind believes that staying exactly where you are has no cost, it will always choose it because the brain prefers familiar discomfort over unfamiliar possibility. When you bring the real cost into the light, you begin to see that both paths change and no change have risks. This can actually be empowering. Instead of thinking, change is dangerous, and staying is safe, you can think, both paths ask something of me, so which one leads me closer to a life that makes sense? You might still move slowly. You might still need time to plan, to save money, to build skills, to have hard conversations. But now when you take small steps, you will understand that those steps are not indulgent or selfish. They are a response to a real and present cost in your life. You are not running towards some fantasy. You are walking away from a slow erosion of your energy, your self-respect, your relationships, your health, and your sense of meaning. In the next part, we will begin to shift the focus from what you are leaving to how you can start to think about starting over in a new way, reframing the idea of beginning again so that it feels less like going back to zero and more like moving forward with all the strength and wisdom you have already earned. When life stops making sense and you start to think about changing direction, the phrase starting over can sound terrifying. Many people picture starting over as going back to the bottom, as if everything they have done up to this point has been erased. It can feel like imagining yourself at 20 again, but without the energy, without the time, and with far more responsibilities. No wonder your mind resists. It says, I cannot start over. I have come too far, I am too old, I have too much to lose. The fear is understandable, but it is built on a false picture. You are not the same person you were in your 20s, and that is exactly why starting over now does not mean going back to zero. It means beginning again with a lifetime of experience, skills, and self-knowledge that you did not have before. The real work is not just to change your outer circumstances, but to change the way you see what you are carrying into this next chapter. Think for a moment about everything you have done in the last 20 or 30 years. You may have worked in one career or several. You may have raised children, supported a partner, cared for parents, managed a household, navigated illnesses, survived losses, negotiated conflicts, juggled bills, handled crises. Along the way, you learned how to solve problems, how to communicate, how to adapt, how to manage your time, how to calm yourself down when things got hard, how to push through when it mattered. Some of these skills are not written on your resume, but they are real. They live in your nervous system, in your instincts, in the way you show up when life demands something from you. Starting over does not erase any of this. It brings it with you. The story that you are going back to zero is usually a story about status and comfort, not about your actual capacity. When your mind says, I would be starting from scratch, what it often means is I am afraid of being seen as a beginner again. I am afraid of losing the feeling of knowing what I am doing. I am afraid of going from competent to uncertain. That fear is powerful, especially in midlife when you have spent years building competence in your current lane. But competence itself is a transferable pattern. You did not know how to do your current job until you learned it. You did not know how to parent or to manage a household or to navigate your first serious relationship until you did it. You have a proven history of learning on the job. Starting something new now is not a rejection of your past competence. It is another invitation to use the learning muscles you have already built. One helpful way to rethink starting over is to imagine that you are not tearing down your whole life but expanding the story. Instead of thinking I am losing 20 years of experience, you can think I have 20 years of experience that I can now redirect. If you have been in a single field for a long time, you might believe that your skills are only useful in that field. But there are always deeper layers beneath the specific tasks you do. Maybe you are good at understanding people, at organizing complex information, at teaching, at persuading, at calming. Conflict, at noticing patterns, at designing systems, at seeing details others miss. These deeper abilities can be applied in many roles, sometimes in ways that are more aligned with your values and your current season of life. The challenge is that most of us were not trained to see ourselves this way. We were trained to identify with a job title, not with a set of portable strengths. Starting over invites you to shift from label thinking to strength thinking. Another aspect of rethinking starting over is to question the timeline you are comparing yourself to. Many people in midlife hold an image of what success is supposed to look like by 40 or 50, and starting something new seems to violate that script. You may think people my age are supposed to be stable, not experimenting. The truth is that many people are quietly reinventing themselves in midlife and beyond. You may not see all of their journeys, especially the messy middle parts, but they exist. The world you live in now is not the same world your parents faced. Career paths are less linear. People change industries, start businesses, go back to school, learn new technologies, and pivot multiple times. In that context, starting over in your 40s or 50s is not a bizarre exception. It is part of a larger pattern of adaptation. The difference is that you are awake enough to be intentional about it. It can also help to zoom out in time. If you are 45 and you live to 85, you potentially have 40 years ahead of you. Even if you do not expect or want to work that long, it is very possible that you have 20 more years of active life where you can create, contribute, and grow. In that context, spending 2 to 5 years building a new path is not a reckless waste. It is a wise investment. You would not say to a 25-year-old, "Do not try something new, it is too late." It only feels too late at 45 because your mind is comparing you to a fantasy of perfect stability, not to the reality of a long human lifespan where multiple chapters are possible. Starting over in midlife also comes with advantages that you did not have when you were younger. You have more clarity about what you do not want. When you were 20, you might have chosen based on external rewards or scripts. Now you have a lived sense of what drains you and what energizes you. You may be more realistic about what you actually enjoy day to day, not just what sounds impressive. You have more emotional tools. You have survived things you once thought you could not survive. You know that embarrassment will not kill you, that failure is painful but rarely final, that you can navigate conflict and discomfort. You may be less likely to chase illusions and more likely to choose substance over appearance. These advantages mean that your next beginning, though scary, can be more grounded and wise than your first. It is true that starting over requires you to face some losses. You might step away from a familiar identity, a certain income level, or a predictable routine. Naming this honestly is important. You are not trying to convince yourself that there is no cost. Instead, you are trying to see the full picture. Alongside the cost, there is the potential gain. The gain of waking up with more energy. The gain of doing work that does not feel like a constant act of self-betrayal. The gain of modeling courage to people who look up to you. The gain of knowing years from now that you did not stay locked in a life that hurt you because you were too scared to try. Even the discomfort of being a beginner again can have a hidden gift. Being new at something humbles you, but it can also make you feel more alive. Think about times when you first learned how to do something you now take for granted. Driving a car using a new tool, learning a sport or a language, starting your first job. There was fear, but there was also a sharpness to your attention, a feeling that you were growing. Midlife reinvention gives you a chance to taste that aliveness again, not in every moment, but as a thread running through your efforts. Instead of seeing that beginner energy as a humiliation, you can see it as a sign that you are still capable of growth. You may worry that others will judge you for starting over. Some might. They may not understand why you would leave a stable path. They may project their own fears onto you. They are allowed to have their opinions, but they do not have to live your life. When you revisit this from the perspective of your future self, the question becomes, whose judgment matters more, the brief confusion of people who are not inside my skin, or the long-term truth I will have to live with every day? You can respect others without letting them be the final authority on your path. Starting over in midlife does not have to mean dramatic all-at-once change. Many people successfully reinvent themselves through a series of small experiments. They keep their current job while taking a course in the evenings, or starting a small side project, or volunteering in a new field, or talking to people who are doing what they are interested in. These experiments give real-world feedback. You do not have to decide everything in your head up front. You can try things, notice how they feel, and adjust. This way, starting over becomes less like jumping off a cliff and more like crossing a river by stepping from stone to stone. Each step uses what you already are. Each step teaches you something that makes the next step clearer. When you view your life through this lens, you can also begin to reframe your past. The jobs you took, the mistakes you made, the detours you followed, all of them gave you data, skills, and perspective. Even the painful chapters taught you something about what matters to you and what you will no longer tolerate. None of that is wasted. You can ask, what did this experience teach me that could help me or someone else in the future? That question turns regret into resource. It does not erase the hurt, but it extracts meaning from it. You are not starting over empty-handed. You are starting over with a full backpack. Some items in that backpack are heavy and may need to be put down. Old guilt, outdated scripts, resentments that no longer serve you. Other items are tools that you can use. Patience you have developed. Boundaries you have learned to set. Empathy for people going through struggles. Technical skills. Communication skills. Problem-solving abilities. All of these can support your next chapter in ways you cannot fully see yet. The more you recognize this, the less starting over feels like erasing your life, and the more it feels like redirecting it. There will still be fear. Fear does not disappear just because you understand things logically. But fear looks different when you see clearly that the alternative is not a safe, cost-free option, but a slow draining of your energy and spirit. You can say to your fear, I hear you. You are trying to protect me, but we are not going back to zero. We are moving forward with everything we have lived. The path ahead may be uncertain, but I am not the inexperienced person I once was. I have earned the right to choose a life that makes sense to me now. In the next part, we will look at how to begin mapping your inner landscape, your values, strengths, and desires, so that when you take steps towards starting over, you are not just running away from what hurts, but moving towards something that truly fits who you are today. Before you can build a second act that truly fits you, you need to understand what is inside you now, not who you were at 20, not who other people think you should be, but who you actually are today. This is what it means to map your inner landscape. Imagine that your life is a house you have been living in for years without ever really looking at the floor plan. You know how to move around it by habit. You go to work, you come home, you do what needs to be done. But if someone asked you, what rooms matter most to you? Which ones do you want to expand? Which ones are cluttered with things you do not need anymore? You might not have a clear answer. Mapping your inner landscape is like turning on the lights in that house and walking through it with curiosity instead of judgment. The first part of that map is your values. Values are not the things you say you care about to impress other people. They are the qualities that, when present in your life, make you feel more alive and honest, and when missing, make you feel empty or wrong, even if everything looks good on the outside. For example, you might deeply value creativity, learning, freedom, service, stability, connection, growth, honesty, or contribution. Often, when your life stops making sense, it is because there is a gap between the values you truly hold and the values your current life is built around. Maybe you value creativity and growth, but your work is built around repetition and rigid rules. Maybe you value connection and service, but your days are filled with isolated tasks that do not touch anyone directly. Maybe you value stability, but your current environment is chaotic and unpredictable. When you do not know your values, you might think you are simply broken or ungrateful, when in reality, your inner compass is reacting to misalignment. One way to begin clarifying your values is to look back at times in your life when you felt most like yourself, even if only for short moments. Maybe it was working on a meaningful project, having a deep conversation, helping someone through a crisis, making something with your hands, learning something new, or spending time in a certain kind of environment. Ask yourself, what was happening there? What quality made that moment feel right to me? Was it honesty, kindness, challenge, peace, creativity, adventure? Write those words down. Then look at times when you felt drained, resentful, or trapped. What was missing? Maybe there was no respect, no autonomy, no learning, no beauty, no sense of impact. Those negative moments also point to your values by showing you what you cannot live without. The second part of your inner map is your strengths. Many people in midlife underestimate their strengths because they confuse strengths with job titles or flashy talents. They assume that if they are not extraordinary at something in a public way, they do not have real strengths. But strengths are often quieter. They show up in how you naturally think, feel, and act when you are at your best. You might be skilled at listening, at breaking down complex ideas, at encouraging others, at organizing chaos, at noticing details, at seeing the big picture, at staying calm under pressure, at asking good questions, at fixing things with your hands. You may have developed these abilities over years without ever naming them because they felt obvious to you. The irony is that your greatest strengths often feel normal from the inside, so you overlook them. A useful question to ask is, what do people often come to me for? Do they come to you for advice, for technical help, for emotional support, for problem solving, for creative ideas, for planning? Patterns in what people seek from you are clues. Another question is, in my work or life, what tasks do I do faster or more easily than others, even if I do not think they are a big deal? Maybe you can write clear emails in minutes while others struggle for an hour. Maybe you can walk into a room and sense the emotional climate. Maybe you can see practical next steps when others feel overwhelmed. These are strengths, even if no one ever gave you a medal for them. You can also think about challenges you have survived. What qualities did you use to get through them? Persistence, humor, faith, resourcefulness, patience, courage. Those too are strengths. When you start to list your strengths, it is important to suspend the inner critic that says, "This does not count," or "This is not special." You are not making a marketing brochure. You are building an honest inventory so that you can design a life that uses what you naturally bring. The third part of your inner map is your desires. Desire is a word that can feel uncomfortable if you were raised to be practical or self-denying. You might associate desire with selfishness or foolishness. But your deeper desires, the ones that persist over time and feel connected to who you are not random. They are signals about the kind of life your soul is drawn toward. Desire is not about "I want a yacht." It is about "I want my days to feel like this." You might desire more time outdoors, more flexibility, more creative expression, more time with people who inspire you, more contribution to causes you care about, more learning, more quiet, more truth. You may have buried these desires under layers of obligation, telling yourself, That is not realistic. Maybe in another life, that is for other people. But when you are honest, they are still there, whispering. One way to explore your desires is to ask, if I did not have to impress anyone, what kind of work would I be curious to try? If money were not unlimited, but my basic needs were taken care of, how would I spend my days? What kinds of problems do I naturally want to solve? What kind of conversations leave me feeling more alive even if I am tired? Your answers do not have to be perfect, and they do not have to match any official job description. You are not choosing yet. You are listening. As you put these pieces together, values, strengths, desires, you begin to see patterns. For example, you might realize I value growth and creativity. I am good at explaining ideas, and I desire more flexibility and meaningful connection. That might point toward teaching in a new context, coaching, consulting, writing, or leading workshops. Or you might see, I value stability and service. I am good at organizing details and supporting others behind the scenes, and I desire a calmer environment. That might point toward operations roles in healthier settings, remote support work, or building a small, steady business that helps people in a concrete way. These are just examples. The point is not to assign you a quick answer, but to help you see that your inner landscape contains clues that can guide your outer choices. Without this map, you might chase random opportunities because they are available or because someone else thinks they are a good idea. With the map, you can evaluate options by asking, does this line up with my values? Does it use my strengths? Does it move me closer to the desires I have acknowledged? If the answer is mostly no, even if the opportunity looks shiny, it may not be right for your second act. Mapping your inner landscape is not a one-time exercise. It is a conversation you have with yourself over weeks and months. You might write down your thoughts in a journal, talk them out with a trusted friend, or simply carry the questions with you and notice what comes up as you move through your days. You may feel resistance when you do this. Part of you might say, this is pointless, nothing can change, or I do not have the luxury to think about what I want. Recognize that voice as the voice of old scripts and fear not as the full truth. You do have constraints. Everyone does. But within those constraints, there is almost always more room for adjustment than your fear admits. Even small shifts, guided by your values and strengths, can begin to realign your life. For example, if you identify that you deeply value learning, but your current job offers none, the first step might not be quitting. It might be signing up for a course reading deeply about a new field, or volunteering in a way that stretches you. These actions feed your values and desires now while you explore bigger changes. If you see that one of your strengths is listening and supporting others, but your job is purely technical and isolated, you might look for roles or side work where your strength can be used more fully. As you act on this map, your sense of yourself begins to shift. You move from thinking, I am stuck in a life that makes no sense, to, I am a person with clear values, real strengths, and honest desires, and I am learning how to build a life around them. That mental shift matters. It gives you back a sense of agency. You are no longer just reacting to what happens. You are participating in shaping your path. It is important as you map your inner world to practice self-compassion. You may discover values you have ignored, strengths you have not used, desires you have silenced for years. It can be painful to realize how long you have lived out of alignment. You might feel regret, sadness, or anger. Let those feelings move through you without turning them into weapons against yourself. You did not fail for not knowing all of this earlier. You are learning it now, and that matters. Self-compassion is not an excuse to stay passive. It is the emotional support you need to keep going as you face honest truths. You can say to yourself, I see now that I have values. I did not honor strengths. I did not use desires I pushed away. That hurts, but I am willing to do better from here. That simple stance opens the door to real change. As your inner map becomes clearer, you may notice that certain things in your current life simply cannot come with you into your second act. Environments that consistently violate your values, or roles that use none of your strengths, patterns that crush your desires. Naming this is the beginning of letting go. And as you let go, even slowly, space opens for new opportunities that fit. In the next part, we will talk about what it means to let go with compassion instead of self-hatred, and how to release parts of your old life and identity in a way that honors the person you have been while making room for the person you are becoming. By the time you realize that your life no longer fits, it can be very tempting to respond with harshness toward yourself. You might look back at your choices and say, I was stupid. I wasted my time. I ruined my chances. I should have known better. You might feel angry at yourself for staying in the wrong job, the wrong environment, or the wrong version of you for so long. This reaction is understandable. When you wake up in midlife and see clearly how far you have drifted from who you really are, the gap between your truth and your reality can feel like an accusation. But if you want to truly start over, the way you relate to your past self matters as much as the decisions you make for your future. Letting go with compassion instead of self-hate is not a soft extra. It is a core part of building a new life that does not repeat the same patterns. Self-hate might seem motivating in the short term. You might think that if you beat yourself up enough, you will finally force yourself to change. You may have grown up with models of motivation that were built on criticism and shame, so it feels normal to talk to yourself that way. But in reality, self-hate does not create sustainable transformation. It creates fear paralysis and a deep belief that you do not deserve anything better. A person who believes they are worthless does not take brave, healthy risks for a better life. They settle, hide, or self-sabotage. So if you want to move forward in a powerful way, you need to learn how to release the old chapter without turning yourself into the enemy. Start by remembering the context of your old decisions. The person you were at 20 or 30 or even 38 did not have the perspective you have now. They were working with the beliefs, information, and resources available to them at the time. Maybe you stayed in a job that was wrong for you because you were raised in a home where survival was always uncertain and stability felt sacred. Maybe you chose a career to please your parents because you were taught that their approval was your lifeline. Maybe you buried your own desires because no one around you modeled what it looked like to honor them. Maybe you ignored red flags in a relationship because at that time being alone felt scarier than being unhappy. These choices might have hurt you. They might have led to consequences you are still dealing with now. But they were not made by a villain. They were made by a human being trying to get through life with the emotional and psychological tools they had. This does not mean you have to approve of every choice you made. It means you shift from judging the past self as evil or stupid to seeing them as limited and scared, just as you are sometimes limited and scared now. When you look at your past self this way, you will still feel sadness or regret, but those feelings are different from contempt. Sadness says, I wish I had known better. Contempt says, I am garbage. Sadness can open your heart. Contempt closes it and keeps you frozen. Letting go with compassion begins with a simple mental practice. Instead of saying, I should have known, you start saying, I did not know then what I know now. Instead of saying, I wasted my life, you say, I used my life the best way I understood at the time, and now I am learning a different way. Instead of saying, I am such a failure, you say, I am a person who is waking up in the middle of my story, and that takes courage. Notice how these shifts do not deny the pain, but they remove the poison of self-hatred. Another important part of compassionate letting go is recognizing that some of what you are grieving was never fully in your control. You are not responsible for every closed door, every structural barrier, every family pattern, every cultural pressure. You did not choose the economy you were born into, the messages you absorbed as a child, or the random events that reshaped your path. Yes, you made choices, and those choices matter, but they were made inside a larger system. Blaming yourself for everything is not only cruel, it is inaccurate. Seeing this clearly can help you loosen the grip of shame. Shame says, "It is all my fault." Compassion says, "Part of this was my responsibility. Part of it was bigger than me, and either way, I can still choose what I do from here." Letting go with compassion also means allowing yourself to honor what the old chapter gave you, even if you are ready to leave it behind. Your old job, your old role, your old identity may have kept you safe in ways you needed at the time. Maybe that career paid your bills when there was no backup plan. Maybe that relationship, even if it was not ultimately right, gave you important lessons, children, or experiences. Maybe the version of you who overworked or overachieved was desperately trying to protect you from poverty, rejection, or failure. Honoring these things does not mean you stay in them. It means you acknowledge that even flawed, they were part of how you survived. You can say, "That job hurt me, but it also taught me discipline and gave me relationships I value." That version of me who stayed quiet instead of speaking up was trying to stay safe. I do not want to be that silent anymore, but I can still be grateful that they got me this far. This way of looking at your past softens your heart toward yourself and reduces the internal war that often blocks change. If you leave your old life with hatred, you carry that hatred into your new one. You will be more likely to judge every mistake harshly, to see any setback as proof that you were right about being worthless. If you leave your old life with compassion, you walk forward with a different energy. You are still allowed to be firm. Letting go with compassion does not mean tolerating harmful patterns indefinitely. It does not mean saying, "It is fine, nothing was wrong." It means saying, "Something was wrong and I love myself enough now to change it, not because I am disgusting, but because I am worthy of better alignment." Practically letting go with compassion can involve small rituals. You might write a letter from your current self to your past self, acknowledging what they went through. You can write, "I know you were doing your best. I know you were scared. I know you felt like you had no choice. Thank you for getting me here. I will take it from here." You might never show this to anyone, but the act of writing it can shift something inside you. It moves you from being a harsh judge to being a wiser, kinder inner guide. You might also list the skills and strengths you gained in the chapter you are leaving. Even if the job or relationship was misaligned, ask, "What did I learn?" Perhaps you learned resilience, conflict management, negotiation, boundaries, technical skills, empathy, or patience. Seeing these clearly can help you feel less like you are throwing your life away, and more like you are harvesting what you can before planting new seeds. Another aspect of compassionate letting go is forgiving yourself for not changing sooner. You might look back and see moments years ago when you knew something was wrong, but you stayed. It is easy from today to think, "Why did I not act then?" But remember who you were. Maybe you did not have the money saved. Maybe your kids were at a stage where chaos at home would have been too much. Maybe your mental health was fragile. Maybe you had no role models for what it looked like to reinvent. Now your conditions have shifted enough that you can consider changes in a new way. This timing is not perfect, but it is real. Compassion says, "I wish I could have moved earlier," but I am grateful I am moving now. Self-hate says, it is too late, so there is no point. Only one of those voices will help you build a second act. Letting go with compassion also extends to the people around you. Some of the pain you are carrying might come from others, from how they treated you, misunderstood you, or pressured you. Compassion here does not always mean reconciliation or trust. It does not mean denying the harm. It means choosing to release the constant replay of bitterness that poisons your own mind. You can say, "What they did was wrong, it affected me deeply, and I will protect myself from that pattern in the future. But I am no longer going to let their actions define my entire sense of self." This kind of release is not for them, it is for you. It frees up energy that you can then use to build your new chapter. As you practice this gentler stance toward your past and your old identity, you will likely hear an inner critic object. It will say, "If I am kind to myself, I will become lazy. If I stop attacking myself, I will never change." This critic is often a copy of voices you heard growing up, where harshness was mistaken for discipline. But research and lived experience show that people grow more sustainably when they feel supported, not when they feel constantly threatened. You can respond to that critic by saying, "Being kind to myself does not mean I accept everything. It means I work with myself instead of against myself. I can tell the truth and still speak with respect. From this place, letting go becomes an act of love." You are not abandoning your old self. You are escorting them to a place of rest in your memory and saying, "Thank you, but your strategies are no longer needed. I am building new strategies now." You free yourself from the need to justify every past decision and instead focus on the question that actually matters. Given everything I have lived, who do I want to become next? Compassion does not erase consequences, but it gives you the emotional fuel to face them and move through them. It turns starting over from a punishment into an evolution. In the next part, we will look at how to turn this inner clarity into an actual design for your second act, beginning to shape a vision for a life that aligns with your values, uses your strengths, and honors your desires while still being grounded in the realities of midlife. Now that you have begun to understand your midlife mind, the cost of staying stuck, and the map of your inner landscape, the next step is to design your second act with a different kind of vision. Most of us were taught to think about our future in narrow external terms. What job will I have? How much money will I make? Where will I live? While these questions are not unimportant, they are not enough to build a life that truly makes sense to you now. A second act is not just a new career. It is a new way of living and being that grows out of your values, strengths, and desires, while still honoring the realities of your responsibilities. Designing this second act means shifting from asking, "What should I do?" to asking, "How do I want my life to feel?" and then working backward from that feeling into practical choices. Start by imagining not a perfect fantasy, but a day that feels right. Do not worry yet about whether it seems realistic. Close your eyes and picture yourself 5 or 10 years from now in a life that fits you well. Ask yourself, "When I wake up, how do I feel in my body? Rushed, exhausted, or calm and rested? What does my morning look like? Do I have time for quiet, for movement, for reflection, or am I immediately thrown into chaos? As I move into my work, what is the overall feeling? Is it stress and dread, or challenge and purpose? Do I have room for my relationships, my health, my creativity? At the end of the day, when I look back, do I feel that today was just another blur I survived? Or do I feel that my energy went to things that matter?" These questions help you design from the inside out. Instead of starting with a job title and trying to squeeze your life around it, you are starting with the quality of life you want, and then asking what kinds of work and structures could support this. This is a different kind of vision than the one you probably had in your 20s. Back then, you may have focused on peak moments, achievements, and big milestones. The second act vision is more about the texture of your days, because midlife has taught you that this is where you actually live, not in highlight reels. As you sketch this inner picture, you will likely notice certain themes. Maybe you want more autonomy, the ability to decide when and where you work. Maybe you want more meaning, to know that your efforts make a real difference to someone. Maybe you want more simplicity, less frantic multitasking, fewer pointless obligations. Maybe you want more expression, the chance to use your voice, your creativity, your ideas. Write these themes down. They are not selfish wishes. They are design requirements for a sustainable second act. A key shift in this design process is giving yourself permission to want what you actually want, not what you think you are supposed to want. For years, you may have told yourself that a certain income level or status marker would make you happy, only to discover that it did not. Now you are allowed to notice that some of the things you once chased do not matter to you as much as you thought, and that other things like health, time, freedom, and authenticity matter more. This does not mean you stop caring about money or security. It means you place them in a broader context instead of letting them rule everything. For example, you might realize that you would rather earn somewhat less in a role that supports your health and sanity than earn more in a role that slowly destroys both. That is not failure. That is design. Another important aspect of designing your second act is recognizing that it does not have to be a single big thing. When you were younger, you might have believed that your life purpose had to show up as one perfect job that sums up everything you care about. In reality, many fulfilling second acts are built like a portfolio with several components that together meet your needs and align with your values. You might combine part-time work in your current field with a growing side project in a new area. You might blend paid work with meaningful unpaid work, like mentoring, volunteering, or creative pursuits. You might mix stable, predictable tasks that pay the bills with more adventurous projects that nourish your soul. Thinking in terms of a portfolio instead of a single role can reduce pressure and open more possibilities. It allows you to ask, what mix of activities would give me both stability and meaning, rather than what one job will save my life? Designing your second act also requires you to be honest about constraints without letting them define the entire picture. You may have financial obligations, dependents, health conditions, or visa and location limits. Ignoring these realities will lead to fantasy and frustration. But letting them be the only factors will crush your vision before it has a chance to breathe. The middle way is to say, here are the non-negotiables I must work within, and here is the space that is still flexible. For example, you might not be able to move to a different country, but you might be able to change industries within your area. You might not be able to quit your job tomorrow, but you might be able to reduce hours in the future or transition into a different role over time. You might not be able to risk your entire income, but you might be able to allocate a few hours each week to building a new skill or project. The second act vision is not about instant reinvention. It is about a direction of travel that you commit to even if you move slowly. To design wisely, it helps to translate your insights into concrete criteria. Based on your values, strengths, and desires, make a list of what your second act work must include, what it should ideally include, and what it must avoid. For example, you might write, "My work must allow me to be honest and not constantly pretend to be someone else." It must avoid constant high-pressure crisis mode. It should preferably give me some control over my schedule. It should use my strengths in listening and problem-solving. It should not require me to work in a toxic or disrespectful culture. It must allow me to maintain my health. These criteria become like a filter. When you consider options, you can ask, does this meet enough of my must-haves? Does it respect my non-negotiables? If not, then no matter how attractive it looks on paper, it is likely not a fit. This approach protects you from repeating old mistakes just because an opportunity is available or socially impressive. Another layer of vision involves asking where you want to grow as a person. A second act is not just about comfort. It is also about becoming more of who you are capable of being. Ask yourself, in this next chapter, what qualities do I want to develop? Maybe you want to become more courageous, more patient, more creative, more present, more open. Then consider, what kinds of environments and roles would stretch me in those directions without overwhelming me? If you want to become more courageous, staying forever in a role that never challenges you will not help. If you want more creativity, environments that punish new ideas will suffocate you. Designing with growth in mind means choosing paths that are not only safe, but alive. You may also want to think about impact. By midlife, many people feel a growing urge to contribute to something beyond their own survival. This does not mean you have to become a public hero or start a charity. Impact can be intimate and local. Supporting clients in a meaningful way, mentoring younger colleagues, creating useful tools, writing or speaking in ways that help people feel less alone. Ask yourself, who do I feel drawn to help or serve? It might be people who are going through things you have survived, or people who are where you once were. Often your wounds become a compass for your impact. The pain you understand deeply can guide you to the work where you bring the most heart. This insight can shape your second act vision. Another part of designing your second act is accepting that you will not see the entire picture ahead of time. You might be hoping for a clear, detailed plan that covers the next 10 or 20 years, but life rarely works like that. A more realistic and empowering approach is to create a directional vision and then commit to the next few steps. Your vision might say, I want a life where my work aligns with my values of honesty, growth, and contribution, where I use my strengths in communication and empathy, and where I have enough flexibility to care for my health and relationships. That is the North Star. The next steps might be as simple as take a course in a field that matches these values, talk to 3 people who do work I am curious about, begin a small project where I can test my strengths in a new context, review my finances to see what changes are possible in the next 12 to 24 months. Designing your second act, then, is not a one-time vision board session. It is an ongoing process where you clarify, test, adjust, and refine. As you take small actions, you will learn more about what works and what does not. Your vision may shift as you gain new information. That is not failure, it is responsiveness. You are living, not executing a rigid blueprint. It is also crucial to notice and gently challenge the beliefs that try to shut down your vision. Thoughts like "people like me do not get to live like that," or "it is selfish to want more," or "it is too late for me" will likely appear whenever you imagine a better fitting life. These beliefs are part of your old script, not part of your true inner map. When they arise, you can acknowledge them without obeying them. You can say, "I hear that voice, but I am designing my second act based on my real values, not on inherited limitations." Day by day, this becomes a mental practice. You defend your vision not with denial, but with steady commitment. Finally, remember that a second act is not about becoming a completely different person. It is about becoming more honestly yourself. The best vision for your next chapter will not turn you into a stranger. It will feel like a deeper, more aligned version of who you have always been at your core. When you imagine that future, you might feel a mix of excitement and fear. That is a good sign. It means you are reaching beyond your comfort zone, while staying true to your inner compass. As you hold this emerging vision, you do not have to know exactly how it will unfold. Your job right now is to say yes to the possibility that your life can make sense again, and to begin shaping that possibility into a direction you can walk toward. In the next part, we will move from vision into practice, exploring how to build a skill stack after 40 so that you are not only dreaming about your second act, but actively preparing yourself to step into it with confidence and strength. One of the biggest fears people have about starting over after 40 is the fear of learning new skills. You might think, my brain is not as sharp as it used to be, or I am too slow with technology, or I cannot compete with younger people who grew up with this stuff. These thoughts can be so loud that they stop you from even trying. But the truth is that adults, especially in midlife, have powerful advantages when it comes to learning. The key is to stop comparing yourself to a 20-year-old student and instead build a skill stack in a way that fits how grown adults actually learn best. A skill stack is different from a single technical ability. It is the combination of several skills that, when layered together, make you uniquely valuable. For example, being decent at communication, decent at tech tools, and strong at understanding people can be more powerful in the real world than being world-class at one narrow thing and weak at everything else. At this stage of life, your goal is not to become the best in the world at one isolated skill, but to combine what you already know with a few new, carefully chosen abilities that open doors to your second act. The first mindset shift is to see learning not as going back to school in the old sense, but as upgrading yourself for a new season of life. When you were younger, learning was often about passing exams. You memorized information that did not always connect to your reality. As an adult, you have the freedom to learn in a more practical way, where almost everything you study can have a clear link to something you care about. Adults learn best when they see why a skill matters in their actual life. So instead of saying, I need to learn coding because everyone says so, you might say, I want to learn enough basic coding or automation to make my work more efficient, or enough to collaborate well with technical people. That purpose gives your brain motivation and context. Another advantage you have now is pattern recognition. After decades of living, working, and solving problems, your brain is better at seeing connections between things. This helps you learn faster than you think, because you can plug new information into old frameworks. For example, if you have managed projects in one industry, learning project management tools in a new field will feel easier because you recognize the underlying logic. If you have spent years dealing with clients, learning a new communication platform or sales method will sit on top of existing interpersonal skills. Respect this. Do not talk to yourself as if you are at zero. Instead, always ask, what do I already know that I can attach this new skill to? The bigger your anchor, the faster you learn. To build a skill stack after 40, start by identifying which skills will matter most in your second act. This does not mean guessing based on fear or trend chasing. It means looking at your inner map and your second act vision, and then asking, given the direction I want to move toward, what are the top 3 to 5 skills that would give me the most leverage? These might be technical skills like using data tools, mastering a certain software, understanding basic design, or learning online marketing. They might be human skills like coaching conversations, conflict resolution, public speaking, writing, or facilitation. Often the most powerful stack is a blend of both. For example, someone who understands people deeply and can also handle digital tools comfortably becomes very useful in remote work, coaching, consulting, or online education environments. Once you have a rough list, narrow it down. Adults do not learn well when they try to master 10 new skills at once. Your time and energy are not infinite, especially with work and family responsibilities. Focus is your friend. Choose one anchor skill to work on first, and one supporting skill if you have room. An anchor skill is something that will directly support your next chapter. It might be learning how to use a key digital tool, understanding the basics of an industry you want to enter, or strengthening a core human skill, like communication, that will improve almost everything else you do. A supporting skill can be something that makes you more effective overall, like improving your writing, your ability to organize information, or your comfort with presenting ideas. The next step is to design how you will actually learn. Adults learn best when three conditions are met. The learning is broken into small, clear steps. It is immediately applied to real life, and it is done in a way that respects their limited time and energy. So instead of telling yourself, I am going to master this huge field in the next 3 months, you might say, for the next 8 weeks, I will spend 30 to 60 minutes a day on targeted learning and small practice focused on this one specific skill. For example, if you want to build digital skills, you might decide, I will learn how to use basic spreadsheet functions, simple automation, and online collaboration tools. You would then break this into small modules, such as watching a short tutorial, then immediately practicing that feature on a real problem from your life, like organizing your finances or planning a project. This immediate application is crucial. Adults do not retain information they never use. If you only consume content, your brain will quickly forget it because it does not see why it matters. Each time you learn something, ask, how can I use this within the next 24 to 48 hours? Another powerful approach for adults is project-based learning. Instead of learning in the abstract, you choose a small project that requires you to use the new skill. For example, if you are learning design tools, your project might be to create a simple personal website or a PDF guide. If you are learning writing, your project might be to write and share a series of short essays or posts on a topic you care about. If you are learning coaching or mentoring skills, your project might be to offer a few structured sessions to friends, colleagues, or people in your network. When you have a project, your brain engages more fully. You care whether the skill works because it is tied to something real. You also create something you can show others, which can lead to feedback and opportunities. It is also important to work with your energy rhythms instead of fighting them. In midlife, you may not be able to stay up all night studying and bounce back the next day. That is not a sign that you are weak. It is biology. Pay attention to the times of day when your mind feels clearest and most alert. It might be early morning before the day gets noisy, or a quiet window in the evening or a lunch break. Protect a small slice of that time for focused learning. Even 30 minutes of concentrated practice is more effective than hours of distracted effort. Consistency beats intensity. A little every day or most days beats a single big push followed by burnout. You should also reduce the shame around being a beginner. Younger people expect to be beginners. They are allowed to ask basic questions without embarrassment. As an adult, you may feel pressure to already know everything, especially in front of younger colleagues. This can make you avoid learning situations where you might look inexperienced. To counter this, remind yourself that being a beginner is not a status, it is a phase. Everyone who is skilled at something was once exactly where you are now. The only difference is that they started and kept going. You can decide that one of your new strengths in midlife will be being coachable. A coachable person does not pretend to know everything. They are willing to say, I do not understand this yet. Can you explain it again? Or I am learning, so I might be slow at first. This humility is not weakness. It is a sign of maturity and confidence. The more you practice it, the easier learning becomes. Another advantage you have as an adult is the ability to curate your learning sources. You do not have to sit in a boring lecture or read a bad textbook. You can choose teachers, courses, books, and communities that match your learning style and values. Some people learn best by reading some, by watching some, by doing some, by talking. Most adults benefit from a mix. You might read a chapter, watch a short tutorial, then immediately apply what you learned and discuss your questions with someone else. You can also choose learning environments where people your age are present, so you do not feel like the only midlife learner in a room full of teenagers. There are many spaces online and offline specifically designed for adult learners and career changers. Seek those out. As you build your skill stack, it can be helpful to document your progress. Adults often dismiss their own growth because they are focused only on how far they still have to go. Every few weeks, write down what you could not do before that you can do now. Maybe you can now create a basic website, write a clear post, analyze simple data, handle a new software, or have a structured coaching conversation. These are real gains. Keeping a record of them strengthens your sense of momentum and counters the inner voice that says, "You are not getting anywhere." That voice is often blind to gradual progress. Showing it evidence helps quiet it. You might also worry that learning new skills will push out time for rest, family, or fun. This is a real concern, especially if your life is already full. The answer is not to add endless tasks onto a schedule that is already overloaded. Instead, it may mean gently auditing your time and identifying one or two activities that do not truly nourish you and can be reduced. Maybe you spend an hour a day on mindless scrolling. Maybe there are shows you watch by habit, not because they actually restore you. If you can reclaim even some of that time for intentionally building your second act skills, you will begin to feel less like a victim of your schedule and more like a participant in your own growth. Remember, learning in this stage of life is not a luxury. It is part of how you protect your future self. Finally, as you build your skill stack, think not only about what you learn, but how you present it. Midlife learners sometimes underestimate themselves in the job market or in new fields because they focus only on their lack of formal credentials. Instead, learn how to tell the story of your skills. Show how your new abilities connect with your deep experience. For example, someone who has led teams for 20 years and now learns digital strategy is not just a beginner marketer. They are a seasoned leader who can bring human understanding to online work. Someone who has spent decades in healthcare and learns coaching or writing has a level of insight that cannot be taught quickly. When you combine your past and your new skills, you are not an imposter. You are a bridge. The world needs bridges. Building a skill stack after 40 is not about chasing every new trend or turning yourself into a completely different person. It is about choosing a few powerful skills that align with your values and vision, learning them in ways that respect how adults learn best, and then weaving them together with everything you have already lived. When you do that, starting over stops feeling like standing at the bottom of a cliff and starts feeling more like climbing from one solid ledge to another, carrying tools that fit your hands. In the next part, we will talk about the practical side of creating safety as you change how to think about money risk and building financial buffers so that your second act is not just emotionally meaningful, but also realistically sustainable. When you think about changing your life after 40, money is often the loudest voice in the room. Even if your heart is ready to move, your mind says, "Be careful. You have bills, you have a mortgage or rent, you have kids, you have aging parents, you have insurance, you have a future to prepare for." It is not just fear, it is reality. You cannot talk honestly about starting over in midlife without talking about money risk and safety nets. But there is a difference between realistic caution and paralyzing fear. The goal is not to pretend money does not matter. The goal is to build a financial plan that respects your responsibilities while still giving you a path toward a life that makes more sense. The first step is to move from vague fear into clear numbers. Many people carry a heavy, foggy sense of, "I cannot afford to change," without ever sitting down and looking closely at what they actually need. Your brain fills in the blanks with worst-case scenarios like, you will be homeless. You will lose everything even when that is not grounded in your real situation. To calm this fear, you start with a simple question. What are my true baseline costs to live each month? Not the ideal lifestyle, not extra comfort, but the essentials. Housing, food, utilities, basic transportation, healthcare, debt, payments, core responsibilities for dependents. When you write this down clearly, you get a number. It might still be high, but it is real. Then you look at your current income and your current spending. You might discover that some expenses are not truly fixed. They are habits. Subscriptions you do not use. Impulse purchases. Upgrades you stopped even noticing. This is not about shaming yourself for any of it. It is about seeing where there is room to shift. Small changes here can create breathing space, and that breathing space can become a safety net for your transition. Many people discover that reducing lifestyle costs, even temporarily, increases their freedom more than getting a small raise ever did. The next step is to define what a safety net means for you. For some, the idea of a safety net is overwhelming because they think it has to be perfect before they make any move. I need a full year of living expenses saved, or I cannot even consider a change. While a large cushion is wonderful if you can build it, setting the bar unrealistically high can be another way fear keeps you from acting. A more practical approach is to think in stages. Ask yourself, what amount of savings would make me feel safer taking small steps? Maybe that is 3 months of baseline expenses, maybe more, maybe less, depending on your situation and how flexible your current work is. Even if you cannot reach that number quickly, moving toward it month by month can change the way you feel. Each dollar added is not just money, it is proof that you are building a bridge to a new chapter, not just dreaming about it. It is important to be honest about debt. If you are carrying credit card balances, high-interest loans, or other heavy obligations, your fear around money is not just in your head. Those debts can eat your future. Part of your reinvention plan may need to include a focused season of stabilizing and reducing debt, not as a punishment, but as a way of freeing your future self. You can frame this as a project. For the next 12 to 24 months, I will simplify my spending, negotiate where I can maybe add a small source of extra income, and direct as much as possible to paying down the most damaging debts. Doing this while you are still in your current job can set the stage for more freedom later. Think of it as clearing the runway so the plane of your second act can actually take off. At the same time, you do not have to put your entire life on hold until every financial issue is perfect. You can work on money and meaning in parallel, even if money needs to be the focus for a while. Another key idea is to think of risk in a more balanced way. When you imagine changing careers or reducing hours, your mind often jumps to the most dramatic possible loss. But staying stuck has financial risks too. If you burn out completely, your ability to earn can drop. If you stay in an industry that is shrinking or a company that is unstable, the illusion of safety can disappear overnight when there are layoffs. If you stay in a job that harms your health, you may face higher medical costs down the road. Real risk is not just about making a move, it is about what happens if you never move. When you compare paths, you can ask, what are the short-term risks of change and what are the long-term risks of staying? Putting both sides on the table leads to smarter decisions. Safety nets are not only about savings, they are also about income strategies during transition. Many successful midlife reinventions do not start with a dramatic gesture of quitting everything. They start with layering. You might keep your current job while testing a new direction on a small scale, freelancing a few hours a week, teaching a night class, offering consulting in an area you know, creating a small digital product, volunteering or interning in a different field. These side activities can serve three purposes at once. They help you build skills and proof that your new path is real. They give you extra income to put toward your safety net. And they give you data about whether this new path actually fits you before you bet everything on it. For some people, the best bridge is a part-time or less intense version of their current work. This is not always available, but when it is, it can be powerful. For example, moving from a 60-hour-a-week role to a 40 or 30-hour role, even at lower pay, can create time and energy to develop your second act while still covering basics. It shifts the question from all or nothing to how can I create a softer landing. Your safety net also includes relationships. People you trust who understand what you are trying to do can be an emotional and sometimes practical support. This might be a partner who is willing to adjust lifestyle together during a transition period. It might be friends who share ideas, check in on your progress, and remind you why you started when you feel scared. It might be a community of others in midlife who are also reinventing themselves. Feeling financially alone amplifies fear. Even if no one can fix everything for you, knowing that others understand your situation can make the load feel lighter. If you are in a relationship where finances are shared, money conversations become even more important. Hiding your desire to change until you snap and quit one day is a recipe for conflict and panic. A more respectful path is to slowly bring your partner into your inner process. Share your feelings and your vision, but also share your willingness to plan carefully. Talk about timelines, what you are willing to sacrifice together, what boundaries you want to maintain, and how you will handle worst-case scenarios. These conversations can be uncomfortable, especially if your partner is more cautious than you, but they are part of building a second act that does not destroy your connection. Sometimes a partner will say no to any change at first because all they can see is the risk. Over time, as they see you taking small, responsible steps, their trust can grow. Be patient, but clear. You are not asking for fantasy. You are asking for a thoughtful transition. It is also helpful to adjust your internal definition of enough. In certain cultures, especially in competitive environments, there is a constant pressure to upgrade. Bigger house, newer car, more expensive vacations, more visible signs of success. If you have tied your self-worth to this escalator, any step away from it will feel like failure. But midlife offers you a chance to ask, how much do I truly need to live well? Not to impress others, but to feel safe, free enough, and alive. You may realize that some of the things you thought you needed were actually symbols. Choosing a simpler standard of enough can free you to pursue work that matches your soul, not just your status. This is not about glorifying struggle or poverty. It is about consciously deciding where your money serves your life and where you are serving an image that no longer matters to you. Remember that money anxiety often tries to predict 10 steps ahead. Your mind might say, if I change, I will not just struggle, I will end up ruined. One antidote is to focus on building a series of smaller, realistic safety measures rather than waiting for absolute certainty. You can aim for a starter emergency fund of a certain amount. You can build at least one alternative income stream, even if small. You can update your resume and LinkedIn profile so you are more ready if you need to look for work. You can learn basic financial literacy, if that has never been taught to you, so that you understand interest investments and how to protect yourself. Each of these actions reduces risk in a concrete way. Another mental reframe is to see money as a tool, not a scorecard. When you treat money only as a way to measure your success compared to others, any move that might reduce your income, even temporarily, feels like humiliation. When you treat money as a tool to support the life you want, you can ask better questions. Am I using this tool wisely? Am I trading my health and time for more of this tool than I actually need? How can I use what I earn and what I save to create options, not just to acquire things? This shift takes practice, especially if you have lived in financial fear or financial pride for many years. It is worth the effort. It changes how you see every decision. There may be seasons in your reinvention where you work more and spend less to strengthen your safety net. There may be seasons where you earn less money but gain more time and health. Over the whole arc of your second act, the goal is not to maximize income at all costs, but to balance money with meaning, security with alignment. As you think about money, remember that your future self is watching. 10 years from now, they will look back on how you handled this season. They will be grateful if you respected both their financial stability and their need for a life that makes sense. They will not wish that you had stayed in a soul-crushing situation just to keep up appearances. They will wish that you had taken wise, thoughtful risks with a clear safety net so that they could live with more integrity and less regret. You do not have to be perfect with money to begin this process. You just have to move from fear into clarity, from fantasy into planning, from all or nothing thinking into layered, gradual change. In the next part, we will explore how to rebuild confidence and self-trust from the ground up so that when you take these financial and career steps, you are not only protected on paper, but also supported by an inner belief that you can handle what comes. By the time you reach midlife and realize you need to start over, one of the biggest losses you might feel is the loss of confidence. Maybe you used to know exactly who you were in your work. You were the person people came to for answers. You were competent, dependable, maybe even admired. But under the surface, as your life stopped making sense, your confidence started to crack. You might look at yourself now and think, I used to be strong, what happened to me? Or, I do not trust my own decisions anymore. Or every time I think about changing, I freeze. It can feel like your self-trust has slipped through your fingers. If you have stayed in a misaligned life for years, you may even feel betrayed by yourself. You think, why did I ignore the signs? Why did I stay so long if I got it this wrong? How can I trust myself to get it right next time? These thoughts are painful, and they are often the hidden barrier between awareness and action. You know something needs to change, but you do not believe you are capable of leading your own life into a better place. The good news is that confidence and self-trust are not mysterious gifts that some people have and others do not. They are built step by step through how you relate to yourself and how you handle small commitments. You might feel like you need a big success to feel confident again, but in reality, the process works in the opposite direction. You rebuild your confidence in small ways first, and those small wins eventually allow you to move toward bigger changes. The first thing to understand is that your confidence did not disappear for no reason. It has been eroded over time by a combination of factors. Years of ignoring your own needs. Years of bending yourself to fit roles that did not suit you. Years of hearing external voices louder than your own inner voice. Maybe you had bosses, partners, or family members who criticized you more than they encouraged you. Maybe you learned to doubt your own feelings because every time you said, "This does not feel right," someone dismissed you or told you that you were overreacting. If you have been in environments where your efforts were not recognized, where you were constantly judged, or where the rules kept changing, it makes sense that your self-trust is shaky. Your nervous system has learned that the world is unpredictable, and that your own judgment might not be safe to follow. There is nothing weak about you for responding this way. You adapted to survive. Now, in this second act, the job is to gently reverse that damage. Rebuilding confidence starts with how you talk to yourself every day. Many people in midlife do not realize how cruel their inner voice has become. If you wrote down the things you say to yourself silently, you might be shocked. You idiot. You're too late. You always mess this up. Nobody will take you seriously. Why bother? You are falling behind. These phrases may show up so automatically that you barely notice them, but your body notices. Your nervous system hears every word. Imagine living with a person who talked to you this way from morning to night. Over time, would you feel more confident or less? You already know the answer. The goal is not to suddenly become unrealistically positive, but to stop actively attacking yourself. When you hear that harsh voice, your first step is simply to notice and name it. You can think, that is my inner critic talking not the truth. Then you practice saying something more accurate and less destructive. For example, instead of, I always fail, you might say, I have had successes and failures like everyone, and I am learning from both. Instead of, I am too late, you can say, I am later than I wish I were, but earlier than I will be if I never start. Instead of, I cannot trust myself, you can say, I have ignored my inner voice in the past, but I am willing to listen and learn now. This might feel awkward at first, but with repetition, you begin to create an inner environment where confidence can grow. Self-trust is built through keeping small promises to yourself. For years, you may have promised yourself things and then let them slide. I will start exercising. I will stop answering work emails at midnight. I will look for a new job. I will make a plan. When those promises are broken repeatedly, it is not just about the action. Your nervous system learns I cannot rely on my own word. So when you later say, I am going to change my life, a deeper part of you replies, sure, I have heard that before. To rebuild self-trust, you need to start making promises that are so small and realistic that you can actually keep them and then keep them consistently. Think of it like rebuilding trust in a relationship after it has been damaged. You would not expect the other person to trust you again because you made one big speech. You would expect to show up steadily in small ways over time. Do the same with yourself. Instead of saying, I am going to change everything this month, you might say, this week, I will spend 15 minutes, 3 times reading or learning about the field I am interested in. Or, today I will go for a 10-minute walk after dinner. Or tonight, I will write down 1 page of thoughts about what I want from my second act. These actions are small, almost embarrassingly simple, but that is the point. You want to create a pattern of saying, I will do this, and then actually doing it. Each time you follow through, your internal sense of reliability increases a little. You prove to yourself, I can depend on me in small things. Over time, that becomes the foundation for bigger decisions. It is important to track these small wins. Adults often dismiss their own progress because they only measure themselves against the final outcome. You may say, what is the point? I am still in the same job, nothing has changed. But if you look closely, you might see that in the last month, you have read 3 books, had 2 meaningful conversations about your new direction, saved a bit more money, or finally updated your resume. These are not nothing. They are signs of movement. If you ignore them, your brain will keep telling you the story that you never finish anything. To counter this, you can keep a simple record of daily or weekly actions toward your second act. It could be a notebook where you write down, today I did this one thing for my future. When you feel discouraged, you can look back and see proof that you are not just thinking about change, you are participating in it. Another part of rebuilding confidence is learning how to respond to mistakes and setbacks differently. In the past, when something went wrong, your reflex might have been to attack yourself. You lost that job because you are useless. That project failed because you are not cut out for this. That relationship ended because nobody will ever stay with you. This style of thinking not only hurts emotionally, it blocks learning. Instead of seeing what actually happened and how you might do things differently, next time you collapse into a global judgment. I am bad, which leads nowhere. In your second act, you will make mistakes. You will try things that do not work. You might take a course you later realize is not for you. You might go to a networking event and feel awkward. You might send out applications and get rejected. None of this is proof that you cannot rebuild your life. It is proof that you are doing the work. To protect your confidence, practice separating your identity from your outcomes. Instead of "I failed, therefore I am a failure," try. That attempt did not go the way I wanted. What can I learn from it? This is how resilient people talk to themselves. They do not deny pain. They simply refuse to turn one result into a permanent label. You can even pre-decide how you will talk to yourself after a setback. For example, you might say, "If something goes wrong, I will allow myself to feel upset. Then I will ask 3 questions. What part of this was in my control? What part was not? What is one thing I can do differently next time?" This structure keeps you moving instead of spiraling. Rebuilding confidence also involves exposing yourself to manageable challenges on purpose. Confidence does not grow in a vacuum. It grows when you do things that are slightly outside your comfort zone and survive. The key is to start within your stretch zone, not your panic zone. If the thought of speaking in front of 100 people makes you want to disappear, you do not start there. You might start by sharing your ideas in a small group, or posting a short written piece online, or having one-on-one conversations about your new interests. Each time you do something that scares you a little, and nothing terrible happens, your brain updates its understanding of what you can handle. You can think of it like gradually increasing the weight you lift at the gym. You do not go from 0 to the heaviest possible load. You start with what feels challenging but doable. Over time, what once felt impossible becomes your new normal. Another overlooked piece of self-trust is how you handle your own emotions. If whenever you feel anxious, sad, or confused, you immediately distract, numb, or shame yourself, your inner self learns, "I cannot bring my real feelings to this person, even though that person is you." Over years, you may stop listening to yourself because you do not feel safe being honest inside your own mind. To reverse this, begin treating your emotions like signals, not threats. When you notice a strong feeling about your work or your life, instead of saying, "Stop it, just get over it," try saying, "I notice I feel heavy every time I think about going to the office," or "I notice I feel a spark when I think about that new field." You do not have to act immediately, but you do acknowledge the feeling as information. This builds inner trust. A part of you begins to believe, "When I speak, I am heard." That inner relationship is the foundation of confidence. When you know that you will listen to yourself even when the truth is inconvenient, you feel less fragile. You may still face hard choices, but you are not abandoning yourself in the process. It can also help to remember moments when you were brave in the past. Your mind might be fixated on all the times you stayed stuck, but if you look carefully, you will find times where you did something difficult. Moving out on your own, taking a job that scared you, ending a relationship that was unhealthy, standing up for someone, surviving illness or loss. These moments are evidence that you have courage. Write them down. Remind yourself, "I have done hard things before." The circumstances are different now, but the courage is still inside me. Confidence does not mean never being afraid. It means being afraid and moving anyway because you trust that you can handle the feelings that come up. As you rebuild, be careful about whose voices you allow close to your dreams. If you are surrounded by people who constantly dismiss your ideas, mock your efforts, or insist that change is impossible, your fragile new confidence will be under attack. You cannot always control everyone in your life, but you can look for at least a few people, even online, who understand what midlife reinvention feels like and who can speak to you with respect. Being around others who are also trying to change can normalize your experience. You feel less like the only one and more like part of a quiet movement of people choosing more honest lives. Finally, understand that confidence and self-trust will not appear one day in a single dramatic moment. They will grow gradually as you keep showing up. Some days you will feel strong and clear. Other days you will feel small and scared. That is normal. The measure of your progress is not whether you never doubt yourself, but whether over time you are more willing to act in alignment with your values, even when doubt is present. Each aligned action, no matter how small, adds a brick to the foundation of trust between you and yourself. One day, perhaps sooner than you think, you will look back and realize that the person who once said, "I cannot rely on myself," has become someone who quietly knows, "I may not know exactly how it will turn out, but I know I will not abandon myself along the way." That is real confidence. It grows from the ground up, rooted in compassion, honesty, and repeated imperfect attempts to live a life that makes sense again. In the next part, we will explore how your relationships and the people around you interact with your reinvention, and how to set boundaries and invite support in ways that protect your second act instead of pulling you back into an old chapter. When you begin to change your life in midlife, it is not just your schedule or your bank account that gets rearranged. Your relationships feel it too. Every shift you make in who you are and how you live sends ripples through the people around you. Some will be curious, some will be proud, some will be confused, and some will feel threatened, even if you never meant to threaten anyone. This is one of the reasons midlife reinvention is so emotionally complex. You are not only dealing with your own fear and hope, you are also dealing with the expectations, habits, and fears of the people who have known you as a certain person for many years. Understanding this dynamic and learning to set boundaries with compassion is a crucial part of starting over without either abandoning your relationships or abandoning yourself. Start with the simple truth that many of your relationships were built around your old identity. Your partner, your friends, your coworkers, your extended family will have a mental picture of who you are. Maybe you are the steady corporate worker, the always available parent, the one who says yes to every favor, the problem solver, the peacemaker, the one who never makes waves. When you begin to say, "This work no longer fits me," or "I need more time for myself," or "I am exploring a new direction," you are in a sense editing that picture. Some people will adjust their understanding. Others will cling to the old image because it makes them feel safe. It helps to remember that their first reaction is about their nervous system, what you're worth. Change, even positive change, can trigger fear in people who depend on your predictability. A partner might worry, if they change, will they still choose me? Will our finances be safe? Will our life fall apart? A friend might think, if they grow, will they leave me behind? A coworker may feel abandoned or exposed if you leave a team where you carried a lot of weight. These reactions are human, but if you are not aware of them, you might take them too personally and shrink back into your old box just to keep everyone calm. Part of midlife growth is learning to hold both truths at once. Your change may be hard for some people, and your change is still valid and needed. You do not have to choose between never upsetting anyone and completely cutting everyone off. There is a middle path, and it is called boundaries. Boundaries are not walls to punish others. They are fences that clarify where your responsibility ends and theirs begins. They protect your energy while still leaving gates open for connection. In practical terms, setting boundaries during reinvention might look like saying, I will still contribute financially, but I cannot keep working 60 hours a week in a job that is destroying my health, or I love you, and I am not asking you to fix this, but I need you to listen instead of telling me I am selfish for wanting change. It might sound like I cannot be available for every crisis at work anymore. I am going to start saying no to tasks that are not actually my role. At first, if you are used to self-sacrifice, these statements will feel harsh, but they are not acts of aggression. They are acts of honesty. The people closest to you deserve clarity even if it is uncomfortable. One of the most powerful tools you have in these conversations is sharing your inner experience, not just your outer plans. Instead of announcing, I am quitting my job out of nowhere, you might say, for a long time I have been feeling exhausted and disconnected from my work. I have tried to push through it, but it is hurting me. I am starting to explore other options because I want to be healthier and more present in our life together. This invites your partner or family into your emotional world instead of dropping a decision on them like a bomb. It does not guarantee agreement, but it builds understanding. When people can see your heart, they are more likely to support your path, even if they are afraid. It is also helpful to be clear about what is still stable. When you begin to reinvent your life, others may imagine that everything is up for grabs. They might worry you will suddenly disappear from responsibilities. To reduce this anxiety, you can say, here is what is changing, and here is what is not. For example, I am going to spend a few evenings a week working on a new project, but I am still committed to our family time on weekends. Or I am going to start looking for a different type of work, but I am not planning to quit until we have a solid plan. This kind of clarity turns your change from a vague threat into a defined process. Boundaries also mean you no longer accept certain patterns that drain you. If you have relationships where your role has always been to fix everything you may need, to start gently stepping back. That might look like saying, I care about you, but I cannot solve this for you, or I am not available to talk late into the night on work days anymore. I need to protect my sleep. At first, people who have benefited from your endless giving may react with frustration or guilt trips. They might say, you have changed, or you think you are better than us now. Those statements can hurt, especially if you have spent years proving your loyalty. But in many cases, what they really mean is, you are no longer willing to exhaust yourself for my comfort, and I do not know how to handle that yet. You are allowed to feel compassion for their discomfort without reversing your boundary. You can respond with, I understand this is different, but I am doing this so I can be healthier and more present in the long term, not because I do not care. At the same time, you need to be honest about which relationships are truly supportive of your reinvention and which consistently pull you back into old patterns. Some people will surprise you in a good way. A friend you thought would judge you might instead say, I have been feeling something similar, tell me more. A partner who initially panicked might over time become your greatest ally when they see you are serious and careful in your planning. Others may show you that they are only comfortable with you as long as you stay small and predictable. They may mock your efforts, minimize your goals, or refuse to listen. With those people, strong boundaries might eventually mean more distance, not out of revenge, but out of self-respect. Midlife reinvention often includes a quiet pruning of your social circle. You do not have to make dramatic announcements, but you may choose to invest more time in the relationships where you feel seen and less in those where you are constantly defended or drained. Another key part of navigating relationships during change is learning how to separate your desire to be liked from your need to be true to yourself. For many years, you might have been the peacemaker, the one who keeps everyone happy. That role may have kept you safe, but it also kept you small. In your second act, you will sometimes disappoint people by choosing differently. You might say no to events that you used to attend. You might decline opportunities that do not match your values. You might stop playing the role of therapist for everyone around you. Some people will adjust and find healthier ways to relate to you. Others may decide that they preferred the old version of you. When that happens, it can trigger old fears of rejection. You might feel pulled to rush back and smooth things over by giving up your new boundaries. This is where self-trust and clarity of vision become essential. You can ask, if I go back to making them comfortable, what does it cost me? If I honor my truth and they choose distance, what does it cost me? Which cost can I live with? Over time, you may realize that the cost of betraying yourself is higher than the cost of losing some approval. Healthy relationships will adapt. Unhealthy ones may not. You are not required to sacrifice your mental health to keep unhealthy dynamics alive. There is also a positive side to relationships in midlife change. The support of even a few people can massively increase your ability to start over. These might be friends who listen without judging, a partner who believes in your potential, a mentor who has walked a similar path, or a community of strangers online who share their journeys. When you find these people, let yourself lean on them more. Share your fears and your small wins. Ask questions. Offer support in return. Reinvention is hard enough without trying to carry it all alone in your head. Sometimes the validation you need is simply hearing someone say, "No, you are not crazy for wanting a different life at 45. Me too." If you do not currently have anyone in your existing circle who can play that supportive role, it may be time to seek new connections intentionally. This could mean joining a group for career changers, taking a class where others are also starting something new, or engaging thoughtfully in online spaces where midlife transformation is discussed with respect. The people you meet in these spaces may not replace your long-term relationships, but they can provide a parallel network where your growth is normalized instead of questioned. Finally, remember that your relationships are also evolving. Your partner, your friends, your family members are likely going through their own midlife questions, even if they have not named them. Your courage to face your truth can quietly give them permission to face theirs. They may not say it out loud, but your willingness to rethink your life might become an example they draw strength from later. This does not mean you change for them. It means that by being honest about your own path, you contribute to a more honest atmosphere around you. Over time, your second act can become a place where the people who truly love you feel more connected to who you really are, not just the role you used to play. Boundaries, then, are not about choosing between love and truth. They are about creating conditions where both can exist. Love without boundaries leads to resentment. Boundaries without love lead to isolation. The sweet spot, especially in midlife reinvention, is to hold your vision firmly while still being willing to listen, explain, and care. You will not always get the balance right. Some conversations will go badly. Some feelings will get hurt. But if you keep returning to the intention of being honest without cruelty and firm without contempt, your relationships have a chance to grow alongside your new life. In the next part, we will explore how to move from big ideas into concrete action through the power of small bets, so that you do not have to gamble your entire life at once, but can test and build your second act step by step in the real world. When you imagine changing your life after 40, your mind often jumps to extreme pictures. Quitting your job with no backup, selling everything and moving across the country, going back to school full-time with no idea how it will pay off. These big leaps make for dramatic stories, but for most people in midlife, they are not realistic or wise. You have responsibilities now. You cannot simply burn everything down and hope it works out. The good news is that you do not have to. There is another way to start over that does not require you to gamble your entire life at once. It is the way of small bets. A small bet is a limited, low-risk experiment you run in the real world to learn something about your potential second act. Instead of trying to figure out everything in your head, you take a concrete step that is safe enough to be affordable but real enough to give you feedback. You do not bet the house. You bet a few chips. Over time, a series of small bets can move you much further than one giant, terrifying decision that you keep postponing. For adults in midlife, this approach is powerful because it respects your reality. It allows you to test new paths while still honoring your financial needs, your relationships, and your energy. It turns reinvention from a fantasy into a practical process. Think of how scientists run experiments. They do not base their conclusions only on theories. They test. They try something, observe what happens, and adjust the next experiment based on what they learn. Small bets are like personal experiments for your life. You have a hypothesis, for example, I think I might enjoy coaching, or I think remote work would fit my values better than office life, or I think I might want to move into a more creative field. Instead of quitting your job and declaring yourself a full-time coach or artist overnight, you design a small test. You offer a few free or low-cost coaching sessions to people you know. You take on a short freelance project. You shadow someone in that field for a day. You join a part-time course and apply what you learn to a tiny, real project. Each small bet gives you data. Did you feel energized or drained? Did people respond well to what you offered? Did the work match your values and strengths better than your current role? How did it affect your time, your mood, your relationships? This data is far more valuable than endless worrying and imagining worst-case scenarios in your mind. The first barrier to making small bets is all-or-nothing thinking. You may believe that you are either committed or you are not, that you either stay where you are or you jump completely. This kind of thinking is shaped by stories in media where people make dramatic declarations and everything magically works out. In real life, especially in midlife, change is more often a series of steps than one big leap. You are not less serious about your reinvention because you choose to experiment. In fact, you are taking it more seriously because you are willing to do the actual work of testing and adjusting instead of living in fantasy. Another barrier is perfectionism. You might think that before you try anything new, you need a fully formed plan, flawless skills, and a clear guarantee of success. So you wait and prepare and analyze, and months or years pass without you actually touching the new life you say you want. Small bets cut through this by lowering the bar for action. The question is no longer, can I design the perfect path, but what is one small, real step I can take within the next week that moves me toward my vision? That step might not be glamorous. It might be as simple as setting up a basic profile on a freelance platform, asking someone for a 20-minute conversation about their job, signing up for a beginner class, or writing the first page of something you have been meaning to create. The point is not that this single step will change everything. The point is that it will move you from thinking to doing, from guessing to learning. To design good small bets, it helps to follow a simple structure. First, choose a question you want to answer. For example, would I actually enjoy doing this type of work? Or can I realistically fit this into my life right now? Or is there real demand for the kind of service I want to offer? Second, design an experiment that can answer that question in a limited time frame, usually days or weeks, not years. Third, decide in advance what you will look for as signs of yes or no. For instance, if your question is about enjoying the work, you might track your energy before, during, and after doing it. If your question is about demand, you might track how many people respond to a simple offer or survey. Fourth, after the experiment, you pause and reflect. What did you learn? What surprised you? What would you change in the next bet? For example, imagine you are considering moving from a corporate job into some kind of one-on-one helping work like coaching, tutoring, or consulting. A big leap version of this might be quitting your job and signing up for an expensive certification program right away. A small bet version might be reading a few books about the field, then offering 3 people in your network a limited series of sessions for free in exchange for honest feedback. You schedule these in the evenings or weekends for a month. You watch how you feel. Are you excited to prepare? Do you lose track of time in the sessions? Do people get real value from what you do? At the end of that month, you have real information, not just fear or fantasy. Maybe you discover that you love the work, but you need more training. Great, now you can choose a course with confidence, knowing it is not just a random purchase. Or you discover that the emotional load of one-on-one work is heavier than you expected, and you might prefer working in a group or writing instead. Also valuable, you have avoided building an entire plan on a false assumption. Another example. Suppose you think you want to transition into remote location flexible work because you value freedom and time with family. A big leap would be quitting your office job and applying for any remote role you can find. A small bet could be starting by asking your current employer for 1 day a week of remote work as a trial. During that time, you test your ability to focus at home, you experiment with routines, and you notice whether remote life actually feels good for you. In parallel, you might begin learning more about remote-friendly fields and trying a small freelance project on the side. These low-risk tests give you clarity about whether remote work matches your values in practice, not just in imagination. The power of small bets is not only in what you learn when they go well, but also in how they help you handle failure. When you place one huge bet on a single big move, any setback can feel devastating. If that one program business idea or job change does not work out, you might feel like your entire future is ruined. With small bets, failure becomes information, not catastrophe. If a particular experiment fails, you have lost some time and energy, but not your entire safety net and identity. You can absorb the lesson and move on to the next bet. Over time, you build a kind of emotional muscle for trying things. You get used to the cycle of experiment, learn, adjust. This makes you less fragile and more adaptable, which is crucial in a changing world. Small bets also help you work with your midlife brain, not against it. As we discussed earlier, the brain in this phase tends to be risk-sensitive. It is more protective of what you have built. If you try to force yourself into huge, sudden changes, your nervous system may go into full alarm, flooding you with anxiety and worst-case thoughts that shut you down. Small bets, on the other hand, give your brain something it can handle. You can say to yourself, I am not destroying my life. I am testing one new thing for a short period. I can always stop or adjust. This calms your system enough that you can actually follow through. You are still stretching, but you are not ripping yourself apart. To make the most of small bets, you need to protect time for them. If your days are completely swallowed by your current life, you will never get around to experiments. That might mean carving out one evening a week, one lunch break, or a block of time on weekends that is dedicated to your second act. You treat this time as seriously as any other responsibility, because in a real sense it is. It is your responsibility to your future self. During that time, you do not just think about change. You run your small bets. You learn, you practice, you send emails, you show up. Another important part is sharing your experiments with at least one supportive person. When you keep everything in your head, it is easy to downplay what you are doing or give up quietly. Telling someone, "This month, I am going to test this small thing, and I will let you know what I learn," adds a gentle layer of accountability. They do not need to fix anything for you. Their job is simply to witness your efforts and celebrate your courage. Midlife reinvention can be lonely. Shared small bets create a sense of companionship on the path. At some point, as your small bets accumulate, you may reach a point where the evidence is strong enough to justify a bigger move. Maybe your side work in a new field steadily grows, and you can see a clear path to replacing part of your income. Maybe your experiments show that a certain type of role fits you so much better that staying where you are feels like an increasingly obvious waste of your energy. When that happens, you will still feel fear, but you will also have data and experience to lean on. The bigger decision will no longer feel like jumping blind. It will feel like stepping onto a path you have already walked on in smaller sections. Small bets then are not a way to avoid commitment forever. They are a way to earn the right to commit with confidence. They protect you from reckless moves while protecting you from endless paralysis. They turn the abstract idea of starting over into a concrete series of actions you can take even in the middle of a busy, complicated midlife. So as you consider your own second act, ask yourself, what are the smallest, safest experiments I can run in the next month that would move me from thinking to doing? What could I test with 10 hours, not 10 years? What could I learn for the cost of a small mistake instead of a huge one? Then choose one bet and place it. Not someday. This week. It will not answer every question, but it will answer more than staying frozen ever will. In the next part, we will explore what happens when you walk through fear, doubt, and setbacks, even with small bets, and how to keep going when the path of reinvention feels longer and messier than you hoped, but still deeply worth it. No matter how clear your vision becomes, no matter how carefully you plan your small bets and build your safety nets, there will come a point in your second act where fear, doubt, and setbacks step into the room and try to take over. This is not a sign that you chose the wrong path. It is a sign that you are on a real path, not a fantasy. In your mind, it is easy to imagine a smooth transformation where once you decide to change your life, everything falls into place. In reality, especially in midlife, the journey forward often feels like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, sometimes 1 step forward, 2 steps back. You may have days when you feel strong and hopeful, followed by days when you think, "What was I thinking? This is never going to work. I should just stay where I am." To keep going, you need to understand what fear and doubt really are, how setbacks can serve you instead of destroy you, and how to walk through this messy middle without losing yourself. Start by remembering that fear is not your enemy. Fear is your nervous system trying to protect you. It is an alarm that says something here might hurt us. That alarm was useful when you were a child and truly had very little power, and it is still useful when there is real danger. The problem is that the midlife brain, already more sensitive to risk, often sounds the same loud alarm for every unknown situation, even when the stakes are not life or death. Sending one email, making one phone call, signing up for one course, trying one new project. All of these can trigger fear that feels out of proportion. Your heart races, your chest tightens, your thoughts spin with worst-case images. If you believe that fear means stop, you will never take a step. But if you begin to see fear as information and not as a verdict, you can respond differently. You can pause and ask, is this fear warning me about real danger, or is it simply reacting to the unknown? Am I about to step into actual harm, or into something that is uncomfortable but necessary for growth? Often the answer will be that you are not unsafe, you are just unfamiliar. That distinction matters. It allows you to say to your fear, "Thank you for trying to protect me, but we are going to take this next small step anyway." Doubt often travels with fear. Doubt whispers, "Who do you think you are to try this? You are not talented enough. You are too old, you do not know what you are doing." In midlife, doubt can point to real gaps in your skills or knowledge. You may indeed need to learn new things or get help. That part is not the problem. The problem is when doubt turns from a useful question into a constant attack on your identity. When every challenge becomes proof that you are not good enough, your energy drains quickly. The truth is that everyone who has ever built a second act has felt doubt. They just did not let it make every decision. You can work with doubt by separating its helpful part from its toxic part. The helpful part says, "I need to prepare better," or "I should learn more before I take this bigger step." The toxic part says, "Because I am scared or inexperienced, I am unworthy and I should not even try." When you hear the toxic part, name it. That is shame talking, not reality. Then decide what small preparation or learning step would make you feel 1% more confident. Do that, and then act even if you still feel uncertain. Setbacks are the third member of this trio. You will face them and they will sting. You might apply for a role in a new field and not hear back. You might launch a small project and get very little response. You might ask someone for help and be ignored. You might find that a course you invested time and money into was not as helpful as you hoped. In those moments, it is easy to make the setback personal. You tell yourself, "This proves I was wrong about everything." But a setback is simply a data point. It says, "This method did not work this time in this way with these people." That is all. It does not say you are worthless and doomed. To walk through setbacks, it helps to expect them in advance. You can assume that some of your small bets will fail, that some doors will stay closed, that some paths will dead end. This is not negativity, it is realism. If you plan for setbacks, then when they happen, you can say, "I knew this was part of the process. It still hurts, but I do not have to act surprised or ashamed." You can then ask 3 questions. What did I learn? What can I adjust? What will I try next? Those questions move you from collapse into creative response. It also helps to notice that setbacks feel heavier in midlife because you may be telling yourself that you do not have time to waste. Every disappointment feels like I cannot afford this. That thought adds extra pressure. While it is true that your time is valuable, it is also true that some mistakes are necessary. Tuition for your second act. You paid tuition in your first act too, in hours spent learning in low-level jobs in trial and error. You are paying again now, but this time with more awareness. That does not make the pain vanish, but it frames it in a way that respects your effort instead of mocking it. One practical way to walk through fear, doubt, and setbacks is to create simple rules for yourself ahead of time. For example, you might decide, "When I feel the urge to give up after a bad day, I will not make any big decisions for 24 hours. I will rest, talk to someone I trust, and only then decide what to do." This rule protects you from quitting on your worst day. Another rule might be, "For every setback, I will write down at least one thing I learned and one very small next step I can take." That way, no experience is wasted. Even rejection becomes a piece of information that shapes your next move. You can also prepare specific self-statements to use when fear or doubt surge. Phrases like, It is normal to feel this scared when I am doing something new, or fear is a sign that I am at the edge of my comfort zone. Not that I am in danger or one rejection is not the whole story of my life. When your mind is flooded, it is hard to invent these thoughts on the spot. Writing them down ahead of time and reading them when you feel shaky can anchor you. Your body needs care too. Fear and setback are not only mental, they live in your nervous system. You may feel tense, restless, foggy, or heavy. If you try to push through this purely with thoughts, you may exhaust yourself. Instead, do what you can to calm your body in simple ways. Take slow breaths, stretch, walk, drink water. Step outside for a few minutes. Step away from screens. These actions do not solve your problems, but they bring your system back from red alert so you can think again. When your body feels even slightly safer, your mind can see more options. Another piece of walking through this phase is choosing carefully what stories you feed yourself. If you surround yourself with narratives where the only successful people are young, flawless, and never rejected, you will feel like an outsider. Look instead for real stories of people who changed careers, built new lives, or found new purpose after midlife. You will notice a pattern. None of them moved in a straight line. All of them faced fear, doubt, and setbacks. What made the difference was not that they avoided these things, but that they continued anyway, adjusting as they went. These stories are not meant to make you copy anyone. They are meant to remind you that you are not alone. You are part of a long, quiet line of people who chose growth over stagnation, even when it scared them. It is also worth noticing how you talk about your setbacks to yourself and to others. If every time something goes wrong you say, "This always happens to me," or "I knew I should not have tried," you deepen a story of helplessness. Instead, try saying, "This is hard and I am disappointed, but it is one chapter, not the entire book." Or, "This did not work, and that hurts, but it helps me refine what I need to do next." This is not pretending everything is fine. It is telling the truth in a way that keeps you in the role of an active character, not a victim of fate. Sometimes fear and doubt are trying to tell you that a specific approach or timing is off. Ignoring that completely is not wise. You might need to slow down to adjust your plan to gain more skills before making a bigger move, or to strengthen your safety net. Listening to that message is different from surrendering your whole dream. For example, if you planned to quit your job in 3 months, but realize your finances are not ready, you might extend your timeline, increase your savings, and continue your small bets. That is not failure. That is wisdom. It is possible to respect your fear without obeying its most extreme demands. There will also be days when your doubt is not about external circumstances, but about your own worth. You may think, "People like me do not get to live better lives," or "I have messed up too many times," or "I missed my chance." These thoughts hit deep because they often echo old wounds. In those moments, it can help to see yourself the way you might see a friend or a child who is trying to start over. If they came to you and said, "I am scared and I feel too late," would you tell them to give up? Probably not. You would acknowledge their fear, remind them of their strengths, and encourage them to take the next small step. You deserve that same kindness. Even if no one else offers it, you can begin offering it to yourself. Walking through fear, doubt, and setbacks also requires honest rest. Reinvention is not a straight sprint. You will burn out if you treat it like one. There will be times when the most courageous thing you can do is to pause for a short while to sleep, to reconnect with the parts of life that are already good, to remember why you are doing this at all. Rest is not quitting. It is how you stay able to continue. The danger is not in resting, but in letting a pause quietly turn into abandonment of your path. To prevent that, you can decide in advance how long a rest period will be and what signal will mark your return to action, even in a small way. For example, you might say, "For the next week, I will step back from active planning and just live. And then next Monday, I will sit down for 15 minutes and review my vision again." That simple commitment turns rest into part of your process instead of a permanent stop. Above all, remember that the presence of fear, doubt, and setbacks does not mean your life is off track. Some of the most important transformations in human lives happen in the seasons that feel the most confusing. You are reshaping patterns that have been in place for decades. Of course, it will feel shaky. Of course, you will question yourself. The fact that you are questioning at all is a sign of depth, not weakness. Many people never allow themselves to feel this discomfort. They stay on the surface and call it safety. You are choosing a different path. As you keep moving step by step, you will start to notice small shifts. Situations that once terrified you will feel more manageable. Doubts that once stopped you will become background noise. Setbacks that once crushed you will become stories you tell about the time you kept going. You will not eliminate fear, but you will change your relationship to it. Fear will show up, and you will nod, acknowledge it, and continue anyway. That is courage in midlife. Not the absence of trembling, but the choice to walk even with trembling legs toward a life that feels more real. In the next part, we will talk about what happens when your second act is no longer just an idea or a fragile beginning, but a reality you are living day by day, and how to keep embodying your new story so that it becomes not just a project, but the way you move through the world. At some point in this journey, your second act stops being just a plan on paper and begins to become the life you are actually living. You may not notice the exact day it happens. There is no official announcement, no fireworks. It simply shifts little by little from ideas, experiments, and preparation into your real daily rhythm. Maybe you are now in a new role, a new field, a new routine. Maybe your work is a blend of old and new. Maybe you have made changes in how you use your time, how you say yes and no, how you treat your body and your mind. Whatever form it takes, you are no longer just dreaming of a different life. You are inhabiting one. This stage brings its own challenges and its own quiet beauty. Living your new story every day means that your second act is not just something you talk about in big, dramatic language. It is embedded in the small choices you make from morning to night. It is easy to romanticize change when it is in the future. You picture only the best parts, the freedom, the meaning, the energy. Once you are actually in it, you also meet the ordinary parts, the repetition, the boring tasks, the unexpected problems. This does not mean you made the wrong choice. It means your new story is real. Real lives include both moments of inspiration and long stretches of normal days. The question is not, does my new life feel amazing every second? The question is, does this life, even on a regular Tuesday, make more sense to my soul than the life I left behind? One of the first tasks in living your new story is to update your identity to match it. For years, you may have thought of yourself as I am a person who is stuck, or I am someone who wants to change but never does. Now the reality is different. You have changed. You have taken risks. You have learned and acted. Your nervous system might take a while to catch up. You might still describe yourself in old terms when people ask what you do. You might minimize your progress saying, "Oh, I am just trying something," instead of owning I am building my second act. It is important gently and steadily to let your language reflect your new reality. You do not have to brag or pretend things are perfect, but you can tell the truth. I used to do this and now I am doing this. I decided to realign my work with my values. I am in the process of creating a life that fits me better. Each time you speak from this new story, you reinforce it inside yourself. You are telling your own nervous system, this is who we are now. Living your new story also means creating daily practices that support it. In your old life, your habits may have been built around survival and distraction. Maybe you woke up at the last possible minute, rushed through your morning, worked in constant stress, numbed out at night, and repeated. In your second act, you have an opportunity to design a different pattern, even if your schedule is still busy. This design does not have to be elaborate. It can start with simple anchors, a few minutes of quiet in the morning to reconnect with your values and intentions. A short check-in with your body to notice how you feel. A brief review at the end of the day where you ask, what did I do today that was aligned with my new story and what pulled me back toward the old one? These small moments of awareness keep you from drifting on autopilot. They turn your life from a blur into something you are awake inside of. Everyday life in your second act will still include things you do not love. There will be emails, bills, chores, interruptions. The difference is that these tasks are now part of a larger story that you chose rather than endless maintenance of a life that never felt like yours. When you wash dishes, pay taxes, handle paperwork, you are doing it in service of a direction you believe in, not just to keep a misaligned machine running. This difference matters. It changes how you carry the weight. It can help when your days feel ordinary or tiring to regularly reconnect with the why of your new story. Why did you choose this path? What pain did you refuse to keep living with? What values are you honoring now that were ignored before? You might write your reasons on a card or in your phone and read them when you feel lost. You might keep a short list on your desk that says, I chose this, so I could have more of this and less of this. For example, I chose this work so I could have more authenticity and health, and less pretending and burnout. These reminders do not remove difficulty, but they remind you that your difficulty is now in service of something you truly care about. Another part of living your new story is accepting that even in your second act, there will be days when you miss pieces of your old life. You might miss the familiarity, the status, the steady paycheck, the identity that required no explanation. You might feel a pang when you drive past your old office or when people from your old world talk about projects you used to be part of. This does not mean you made a mistake. Missing something is not the same as wanting it back. You can grieve the good parts of what you left, while still knowing that the overall direction of your choice was right. On those days, instead of running back mentally to the old chapter, you can say, of course I missed some of that. It was my life for a long time. But I remember why I left, and I am building something more aligned now. You might even keep a short written record of the reasons your old life was unsustainable so that nostalgia does not rewrite history. Living your new story also means continuing to grow inside it. Your second act is not a fixed endpoint. It is another stage of development. After a while, even this new life will present you with new questions. You may need to adjust your work, your boundaries, your routines again. The difference is that now you have experience. You know how to notice misalignment earlier. You know how to listen to your inner voice. You know how to make small bets and build safety nets. You are no longer a stranger to the process of change. You are someone who has done it once and can do it again if needed. This reduces the pressure on your second act to be perfect. It does not have to be the final version of everything. It just has to be true for you right now, with room to evolve. In your daily life, you will still meet fear and doubt. They do not retire just because you changed directions, but you will likely notice that their tone shifts. Instead of, you will never be able to do this, they might say, can you really keep this up, or what if this does not last? Your job is the same as before. Listen, sort what is useful from what is not, and keep moving. Sometimes their questions will point to real adjustments you need to make. Maybe you need to refine your schedule, improve a skill, or adapt your approach. Sometimes they will just be echoes of old scripts, and you can let them pass. Living your new story every day is also about how you handle your wins. In your first act, you may have been taught to downplay your achievements, to never feel satisfied, to constantly move the goalpost. In your second act, it is important to let yourself feel real grounded pride when things go well. When you finish a project that matters, when a client thanks you sincerely, when you get through a hard day in a way that your old self could not have, pause and acknowledge it. You can say, "This is different. This is me living in alignment. This is proof that the work I did to change was worth it." Celebrating does not mean bragging or pretending everything is perfect. It means letting your nervous system register that your efforts are creating real results. This builds resilience for the next challenge. It also keeps you from chasing endless more in a way that burns you out again. You can enjoy the fruits of your courage without needing them to be enormous to count. As you live this new story, other people will respond in various ways. Some will see only the outer surface and judge it based on their own scripts. They might say, "Why would you leave that good job?" Or "I could never do what you are doing." Or "Must be nice," without understanding the cost you paid to be here. You do not owe everyone a detailed explanation. Your life is not a debate to win. You are the one who has to wake up in your own skin every day. As long as your choices are honest and responsible within your commitments, they do not need universal approval. At the same time, some people will quietly be inspired by your new story. They might tell you years later that watching you make changes gave them permission to question their own lives. You might never know all the ripples you created. You do not have to. Living your new story is first about you. The impact on others is a bonus, not the main motive. Over time, your new life will accumulate its own memories. You will have stories of times you almost gave up and did not, of small risks that turned into big shifts, of unexpected help that showed up just when you needed it. These stories are part of your identity now. You are no longer just someone who survived a confusing midlife season. You are someone who met that confusion, walked through grief, rewrote old scripts, built skills, faced money, fears, rebuilt self-trust, set boundaries, made small bets, walked through fear and setbacks, and kept going. On days when you feel small, it can help to revisit this narrative. Write it down if you need to. I am the person who did this and this and this. I am not who I used to be. I am living my new story. Living your new story every day does not mean you have to be grateful and positive every moment. You are still human. You will still have bad moods, tired days, conflicts, and disappointments. The difference is that now, when those moments come, they land inside a life that you chose with open eyes, not one you drifted into on autopilot. You can hold discomfort and still feel that you are on your own side. That sense of inner alignment is one of the deepest forms of peace available in midlife. It does not look flashy from the outside, but it is powerful. As you continue walking this path, remember that your new story is something you practice, not something you perform. You do not need to prove to anyone that your second act was the right choice. You just need to keep showing up for it day by day, imperfectly and honestly. Each morning you wake up and act in alignment with who you are now. You are writing another line in that story. And one day, perhaps without realizing it, you will look around and see that the phrase "starting over" no longer feels like something in the future or something you barely survived. It feels like something you did and are doing one day at a time as you live a life that finally makes sense to the person you have become. In the final part, we will bring this journey together by imagining a letter from your future self, a version of you 10 years from now, who has walked this second act fully, and what they might want to say to you, standing here at the threshold of change. If you could sit down in a quiet room and meet the version of yourself 10 years from now, the you who has walked through this second act and is living a life that makes more sense, I imagine they would pull their chair a little closer, you in the eyes, and start by saying something simple that you might not fully believe yet. They would say, "Thank you for not giving up on me." You might feel awkward hearing that, because right now you may not feel like you are doing enough. You might feel stuck between awareness and action, between old patterns and new possibilities. But your future self knows the whole story that you cannot see yet. They remember how heavy it felt when life stopped making sense. They remember the nights you lay awake wondering if this is all there was. They remember how confusing it was to realize that the life you built with so much effort no longer fit the person you had become. They remember the mix of guilt, grief, and anger you felt when you saw how far you had drifted from your own values. And they remember the moment, or more likely, the series of small moments when you decided to stop pretending everything was fine and started telling yourself the truth. Your future self would tell you that this honesty was the turning point, even if nothing changed on the outside yet. They would say, the day you stopped gaslighting yourself, the day you said, something is not right, and I am allowed to notice it was the day my life began to change. Before that, I was trapped in a story I did not choose. After that, even when things were still messy, there was a thread of truth running through everything. That thread is what I followed here. They would remind you that the grief you feel for the life you thought you would have is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign that you were brave enough to face reality. Your future self remembers how you finally allowed yourself to say, I wanted things to be different by now, and it hurts that they are not. They remember the tears you did not show anyone, the private waves of regret, the moments you had to step away into another room just to breathe. They would say, I know you sometimes feel foolish for grieving when others seem to have it worse, but your pain was real, and honoring it is part of why I am freer now. You did not get here by pretending you were fine. You got here by letting your heart catch up to your life. Your future self would also talk about the scripts you began to question. They would smile a little sadly and say, remember how long you carried other people's definitions of success on your back. The voices that said you had to be impressive to be worthy. The beliefs that taught you to measure your value only by your job title, your income, your productivity. The rules that said you were selfish if you wanted a life that made sense to your soul. I live differently now because you were willing to hold those beliefs up to the light and ask, are these even mine? I am so grateful you began to separate who you are from what you do. Because of that, I am no longer a prisoner of my resume. I am allowed to be a whole person. They would remind you of how terrifying it was to feel your identity shake. They remember when you thought, if I am not this job, this role, this reliable version of myself that everyone expects, then who am I? In those days, you felt like a house with the walls removed, exposed, and uncertain. Your future self would say, I know how tempted you were to run back to the old identity just to feel solid. I know how many times you almost convinced yourself that being numb was easier than being in limbo. But you stayed with the questions just long enough. You let the old identity crack without rushing to plaster it over. Because of that, I now live with a sense of self that is deeper than any title. I am still many things, I still do work and play roles, but none of them are my entire name. That freedom started with your willingness to let the old uniform fall off your shoulders. They would talk about the nights when fear was the loudest voice, the weeks when every plan felt impossible and every risk felt reckless. They remember how loudly money anxiety screamed, how many worst-case scenarios your mind replayed. They know how many times you asked, what if I lose everything? What if I embarrass myself? What if I regret this? Your future self would not minimize those fears. They would say, "You were not being dramatic. You were carrying real responsibilities, real history. It made sense that your brain was trying to protect you. But I am here to tell you that you were capable of more than your fear believed. You learned to distinguish between real danger and imagined disaster. You learned that you could build safety nets without building a cage. You learned that being careful did not have to mean being frozen. Because you did that work, I now have a life that is financially stable enough and emotionally alive, not financially inflated and spiritually empty." They would thank you for the practical steps that did not always feel like progress, for looking at your numbers when you wanted to avoid them, for paying down debt piece by piece, for saying no to some comforts so you could say yes to future freedom. They would say, "I know it was not glamorous. No one clapped for you when you changed your spending habits or redirected late-night scrolling into learning. But those quiet choices built the floor I stand on now. When I wake up without the same money panic that used to haunt you, I know that you earned that calmer morning on days when you wanted to give up. Your future self would also remember the first small bets you placed, the first awkward emails you sent asking for conversations, the first class you signed up for and wondered if you were the oldest person there, the first free or low-paid projects you did in a new direction, the hours when you felt like a beginner surrounded by people who seemed more confident. They would smile and say, "You thought you were moving so slowly. You thought none of it counted unless it was a big leap. But from where I am sitting, I can see how every small bet mattered. The project that did not go anywhere taught you what you did not want. The conversation that felt awkward introduced you to one idea that later changed everything. The skill you almost gave up on became part of the stack that makes my work possible now. Please do not despise small steps. They are the only kind of steps there really are." They would tell you that your self-compassion was not a luxury, it was a lifeline. They remember when your instinct was to attack yourself for every delay, every mistake, every moment of doubt. But they also remember the shift, the days when you started talking to yourself like someone you were responsible for caring, for not punishing. They would say, "Every time you chose a kinder sentence in your mind, you were building me. Every time you said, 'I am learning,' instead of 'I am hopeless,' you were giving me a nervous system that could actually handle change. I can face new challenges now without collapsing into shame because you trained our inner voice to be firm, but not cruel. That work was invisible on the outside, but it changed everything. Your future self would almost certainly bring up relationships. They would say, 'I know.' It broke your heart when some people could not understand your changes. I know you felt guilty setting boundaries with those who were used to your endless availability. I know you were afraid that if you became more honest about what you needed, you would lose love. You did lose some connections. A few people preferred the version of you who never said no, but you also discovered who was really in your corner. The partner who, after fear and hard conversations, chose to support your direction. The friend who said, 'I see you,' even when they did not fully understand. The new connections you made with people who met you as the person you were becoming, not the role you used to play. Today, I am surrounded by relationships that are more reciprocal, more honest, and less based on sacrifice and pretending. You earned that by walking through some very lonely stretches without abandoning your truth. They would also speak about the ordinary days in your new life because they know that is what you are secretly wondering about. Not just, will I get there, but if I do, what will it actually feel like? Your future self might say, it is not perfect here. I still have bills, I still get tired, I still have days where I question myself. But even on my hardest days now, I do not feel like I am betraying myself just by showing up. There is a quiet rightness to how my time is spent. I use my strengths more. I live closer to my values. When I help people through my work, it feels like an honest expression of who we are, not a mask I wear. At night when I lay down, I still feel worry sometimes, but I no longer feel that deep, constant ache that something is fundamentally wrong with how I am living. That shift is hard to describe until you feel it, but it is worth every uncomfortable step you are taking now. Your future self would want you to know that there were many moments along the way when they almost did not exist. Crossroads where you could have numbed out instead of listening. Seasons where it would have been easier to double down on the old story and call it maturity. They are not judging you for how long it took. They are simply grateful that at least once and then twice and then enough times to matter you chose differently. You chose to listen to the pain as information. You chose to grieve instead of deny. You chose to question scripts that had ruled you for decades. You chose to see yourself as someone worth investing in, even in midlife, especially in midlife. And because you made those choices, they are now living a life where the phrase "too late" no longer has the same power. Finally, your future self would lean in and say something you might need to hear most. They would say, "I know you are still waiting for the feeling of being ready. I know you think that one day, if you read enough, plan enough, and think enough, the fear will vanish, and you will glide forward with full certainty. I am here 10 years ahead to tell you that is not how it works. You do not get here by waiting to be fearless. You get here by taking the next right step while still feeling afraid, then the next and the next. Read, plan, and think yes, but do not make your action dependent on a level of confidence that no human ever fully has. You have enough information to begin. You are allowed to move with an imperfect plan. You are allowed to course correct. You are allowed to feel the bridge as you walk across it. I exist because at some point you decided that being in a life that did not make sense was more frightening than facing the uncertainty of building one that does. If there is one message your future self would leave with you as you stand here at the threshold, it is this: you are not behind. You are not broken. You are at a turning point that many people feel, but few are brave enough to honor. Do not wait for permission from a world that profits from your confusion and your autopilot. Do not wait for a sign that guarantees success. Use the signs you already have, the ones inside your own body and mind. The heaviness, the restlessness, the quiet, knowing that you were made for a life that feels truer than this. Those are not glitches. They are instructions. Trust them enough to take one small, concrete step this week. Not a perfect step, just a real one. Your future self is not some fantasy hero. They are you on the other side of many ordinary days where you chose alignment over appearance, truth over comfort, and movement over paralysis. They are waiting for you not in some distant, unreachable future, but in the accumulation of the choices you begin making now. And if you listen closely, you can almost hear them whisper, "I am already proud of you, not because you have finished, but because you are finally willing to begin."